been rocking since 1978. One of the greatest old school MCs you'll ever see. Introducing BROTHA, the one-man show.
Thanks for that intro, yo. Like I said, this goes out to all them old school MCs, the ones who laid the foundation. I know because I was there. They put out one of the one-hit wonders and then vanished. And now, this whole music has been flipped around. It's called hip-hop now. And these young suckers spitting out rhymes don't make no sense. Talk about getting shot, murder, kill, drugs, bling-blinging. Ain't saying a damn thing. It's time to show you how rap used to be done. If you're riding in the back of my sedan, if you like what you're hearing, then wave your hands. If you don't like it, then keep it to yourself. I only play my joints, nothing else blames on my block. So don't knock a pop track or a pop on an instrumental and let you go for yours. But before you open your mouth, be sure you can blow. Be sure you can blow, because so many MCs spit out rhymes without thinking. See, they don't plan instead of sounding dope. They sound bland. Yo, they missed the mark like a blind man. They're lost in the dark. It left time to switch like a bomb. I always hit the target with the first of energy. There's no other musician like me, a young star on the make it, taking no shortcut. The only MC who's encouraged to invent my own style, my own sound. You want autographs? Well, stand in line while it's free, because in 5 years it won't be. So take that, cause I'm bringing the old school payback. This is for the suckers, if they take it correct. I'm bringing the old school payback. It ain't kind of flow. You get checked out. The one-man show, BROTHA. Yo, I'm global, a total package. I do damage when it counts. When I start the rip, you better bounce. One rhyme is more valuable than an ounce of crack to an addict. I fix fifty those with the short attention span. When I drop my lyrics, I know you understand the first time you don't have to rewind. I keep it simple, I'm annoying like a pimple, like a rash. I spread all of your ASS in the flash. Styles are stashed in a trunk. My keyboard starting pump the speakers. That's the sweetest. I'm halfway done through this track. I can't wait for the playback. Putting old school back on the map. Creating a balance. Creating a challenge for this hip-hop rap. I don't want to be like you, sing like you, sound like you. Things are frown on you. You must want to be like each other because your voices are intertangled. Like I said, a Siamese twins, devoid of any individuality, up in the low quality gibberish of high swing. The same old yin yang. You want to be hard? You call yourself God? Guess what? I call you retard. So take that, cause I'm bringing the old school payback.
Hey, Naya.
I'm burning both ends like a candle, spray paint lyrics like a vandal. I do my damage in jet, so don't cause me no threat. Or I treat you like a baker, yo, your style is statement. You need a new fragrance, a new stick your semen, think you couldn't crack a dip. And the top, then it's not to rescind. Stop rating, your mouth crack a bit. It's too late to atone for your sins. Hold up, this is the last verse. Let me write up in this first one, please. Peace to all the old school crews who didn't do that job. Now rappers confused with this new infusion of hood rats who couldn't find their way through a trap with a map or compass. They blow at us, spitting so much to their microphones rough. Please give me a break. Stop propping up these no talent fakes who couldn't scratch an itch or set the pitch. They wouldn't know the difference between a saxophone or a trombone. Like E.T., they better phone home and break themselves with the invasion. Soft MCs, I'm hazing like I'm fraternity. Shipping you up your pride, the cavalry has arrived. I'm leaving you both petrified. Take that, cause I'm bringing the old school payback.
Hey. I'm bringing. You ain't heard of flow. You ain't that slow today? I'm moving slow today.
One-man show. Like I said, you can't dispute a damn thing I said because you know it's true. It's time for old folks like you to step up. Turn this junk back around.
They can rap.
Put on that same jump. Peace. I'm out. The one-man show.
Come on and hold me tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight. But all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, I can't help y'all with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound greasy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Keeping you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call Jeezy. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Bring my beat back. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow. And welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Hold me tight. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hey, Naya, can you drop the link to the White House? You said this one right now? Why is the video output low? Come on, man. Why are you doing that? Now I restarted you. So what's the problem? We doing a 98. They always late. That's why. That's why I wasn't rushing about coming on. Yeah, they always late. Let me see something. Everything looks fine here. Now, it could be the Annie Mays. Let me take the Annie Mays off. Let me do a refresh. We holding 3-4, but we holding. I don't understand why this is saying the video output is low. I don't understand it. There ain't nothing wrong with the OBS. So this YouTube. I'm gonna do one more refresh. Still saying the output low. Let me back out. And then let me come back. Do a refresh here. Now, come back in. Let's see if we still. You killing me, you know that. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Just be quiet. It's still saying the input is low. I don't understand it. I ain't gonna worry about it. You can have that one. Don't know why you're doing it, but you can have it. We're not even gonna get mad about it. Alrighty, now it says I believe that late. Well, alright then, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the chat, the link you gave me, and we'll start with that. Now we green. Yeah. My governor, Larry Hogan, from the state of Maryland, defies Trump with aggressive COVID-19 response.
Sis boom ba. Sis boom ba.
What are you doing? I didn't ask you to play anything. What are you doing? I can read. If there ain't nothing to read, we're going to keep moving. Larry Hogan saw what he saw, and he did not like it. The Maryland governor watched over the weekend as cherry blossom ooglers flooded Washington, D.C., and beachgoers in Ocean City crowded the boardwalks, despite federal guidelines urging America to stay away from large gatherings. Let me repeat once again as strongly as possibly as I can. If you are engaged in this kind of activity, you are breaking the law and you are literally endangering the lives of your family, your friends, and your fellow citizens, Hogan said at a press conference on Monday, when he announced an executive order that mandated the statewide closure of all non-essential businesses. Let's see what that was. Okay. With large pieces of the federal response tied up on Capitol Hill and President Donald Trump shifting his tone with unnerving regularity, Americans are increasingly turning to their state executives for clear messages and decisive action in the fight against COVID-19. Hogan, the rare two-term Republican governor of a blue state, has been among the more aggressive, taking steps largely in line with leaders of harder hit states like Washington, California, and New York. Over the last 24 hours, he's also been frank in his response to suggestions from Trump, the leader of his party, that at the time could be near to relax national social distancing guidelines and what both economic and health experts have called a misguided bid to rev up the economy. Some of the messaging is pretty confusing. It's not that it doesn't match with what we're doing here in Maryland. Some of the message coming out of the administration don't match, Hogan said Tuesday on CNN's New Day. We don't think that we're going to be in any way ready to be out of this in 5 or 6 days or so, or whenever this 15 days is up from the time they started this imaginary clock. Only a few hours before Hogan began speaking on Monday, Trump declared in a tweet, "We cannot let the curse be worse than the problem itself." The president's growing concern that efforts to mitigate the disease will further decimate major industries, and his suggestion that he will reconsider steps experts say are crucial to saving lives in the bid to revive the stock market. Clash with leaders closer to the crisis like Hogan, who are moving forward with increasingly forceful efforts to slow down the virus spread. At a press conference announcing his new order, Hogan avoided any partisan taking points or jabs at Democrats, instead training his criticism on the irresponsible and reckless behavior of those who are continuing to gather in large groups across Maryland in the capital region, which includes Washington, D.C. and Virginia. Hogan's performance in Maryland has won him praise of the Democrat he defeated in 2018 on his way to a second term in office. Governor Hogan has shown great leadership in pulling our state together during this crisis, particularly given the absolute lack of direction from the White House. Ben Jealous, the former NAACP president and Maryland's Democratic gubernatorial nominee in 2018, told CNN, "We shouldn't be Democrats and Republicans during this crisis. We had to be one community. Governor Hogan is setting the right tone to help save lives, and for that, he deserves a great deal of credit." As of Tuesday morning, CNN Health had counted nearly 300 cases of the COVID-19 in the state of Maryland. We went up from 288, including 3 deaths. While that number is small in comparison to a state like New York, which is closing in on 22,000 infections and more than 150 already dead, Hogan was quick to action earlier this month, declaring a state of emergency and then closing all schools K-12 at least to the end of this week. He's really built up a lot of partisan bona fides, said Amelia Chancellor Elsevier, the Republican Governors Association Communications Director and former Hogan spokeswoman. Through his general messaging, his approach to issues and policy positions, he's working with the Democratic leaders in the state of Maryland, which is basically all the leaders in the state of Maryland. Hogan is also the chair of the bipartisan National Governors Association, which has put him in close contact with both Republican and Democrat state executives, including New York's Andrew Cuomo, who has been lauded for his transparency during the crisis. Jared Leopold, the top spokesman for the Democratic Governors Association until joining Washington Governor Jay Inslee's presidential campaign last year, has done political battle with Hogan. The Maryland governor, he said, has been deft in managing his relationship with the White House. This is a clear visible difference between the seriousness which Hogan takes the COVID-19 virus and the callous disregard that Trump is approaching this with, Leopold said. Hogan has been very smart in not taking on Trump by name, but clearly distancing himself in terms of his approach to this crisis. The push and pull between governors who have seen the devastating effects of the virus up close and are in a fight against time to procure the necessary medical equipment ahead of a surge of new patients, in Trump, who has publicly wavered over the severity of the health crisis, has made for some awkward political theater. In New York, Cuomo has offered rare praise in times for Trump as the governor tries to free up federal aid to the state. Hogan, too, and the Maryland GOP leadership have mostly steered clear of any attempts to litigate Trump roller coaster response. I agree with Governor Hogan, who has said multiple times that this is no time for trying to blame anyone for anything, said Maryland GOP Chairman Dick Hare told CNN. The entire focus now just needs to be on addressing the spread of the virus, containing it, eliminating it, and focus on getting our economy back on firm ground. Hare favorably compared Hogan's actions with Cuomo's in New York's and other more proactive governors like Ohio Republican Mike DeWine and New Jersey Democrat Phil Murphy, arguing that Maryland's order suffered slightly more leeway for businesses to operate. Active, he believed Hogan would ramp up restrictions if Maryland caseload spiked to New York levels. Had suggested the governor will be flexible. I don't mean to imply that he will never order a shelter in place, Hare said. I just know they're working hard to try to support small businesses and workers and employees and making sure that to the extent possible they continue to work and get a paycheck. That goal back to small business first is shared, at least publicly, with both state and federal officials from around the country. But for governors working on less elastic budgets than the federal government, securing financial aid to the hardest hit economically will rely on a resolution to Capitol Hill negotiations now entering a fifth day. Hogan on CNN Tuesday morning described the fight in Washington in which the fundamental structure of the government structure to potentially the most damaging economic crisis since the Great Depression is in the balance as partisan bickering. We got to get the Republicans and Democrats working together for the American people, Hogan said, but in the meantime, in the states, we're taking our own actions. Hey, how you doing, Liz? How's your husband doing? Oh, Naya already action. He's actually feeling a little better today. Thanks for asking, Naya. Naya says she's doing well. All right, y'all. My governor sees what's going on in New York. And he put things in order, and he's frustrated because the president keeps worrying about the economy. The president is worried about businesses. We're supposed to be trying to stop the transmission of the disease. You said the stimulus package remains elusive. I figured as much. So they keep stalling. I think Trump believes this gonna go away. And by him being a businessman, he's more focused on the business. We're good as having a good economy if half of us drop dead to this virus. Who's gonna enjoy it? How you gonna enjoy an economy if all you doing is planning funerals and attending them? Let's take a look at our numbers. And then maybe the White House will, oh, the briefing is live? All right, hold on, good, I can say that for later on. All right, there's the link. Thank you, Naya.
Completely transparent. So the total package here comes to roughly $6 trillion, $2 trillion direct assistance, roughly $4 trillion in Federal Reserve lending power. Again, it will be the largest Main Street financial package in the history of the United States. Liquidity and cash for families, small business, individuals, unemployed, to keep this thing going. We're heading for a rough period, but it's only going to be weeks, we think. Weeks and months, not going to be years, that's for sure. And hopefully pave the way for continued economic recovery after this crisis departs. Thank you, sir.
I've been hearing that voice for so many years, like 30 years or more maybe, and it's a great voice and it's a great man. So Larry Kudlow, thank you very much. I want to say that that package, and we went over parts of it, but pretty big parts, it really sets us up to, I think, even supersede where we were a month ago. I think we can get up there quickly, and I think it allows us to supersede. It allows us to help these great companies that need help, like Boeing, which is, had a problem, and then on top of that problem, it had the virus come in. But we'll be helping Boeing, we'll be helping the airlines, we'll be helping the cruise lines, we'll be doing a lot of things, and the money will all come back to us, and it'll come back to us in a very strong form. And before we take some questions, I'd like to ask our great Vice President to say a few words, if you would, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met again today. And on behalf of the President of the United States, everyone on our team, and our state leaders, let me just say thank you, America. People across this country, businesses large and small, are responding to the threat of the coronavirus in ways that are deeply inspiring. People are acting on the President's 15 days to slow the spread, and it is making a material difference. Our experts standing beside us told us that if every American...
Right, Naya.
Regardless of whether you're in an area that's impacted by an outbreak of the coronavirus or not, if every American would embrace these guidelines, that we could significantly reduce the number of Americans that would contract the coronavirus and protect the most vulnerable. And as the President reflected earlier, tens of millions of Americans are doing just that, and we're grateful. The focus of our task force, of course, is to slow the spread, to promote mitigation strategies. Beyond that, though, the President has us focus on testing and on supplies, and making sure that those that are enduring the symptoms of the coronavirus and those who are ministering to them, our extraordinary healthcare workers, have the support that they need. In the category of supplies, you just heard Dr. Burks indicate that we've made great progress. We have done more tests in the last 8 days than were done in the previous 8 weeks, and it's because of the public-private partnership that the President forged with commercial labs. And I would encourage people around the country to remind your family members and friends, if you don't have symptoms, don't get a test. We want to make sure people who are having symptoms, who have a concern, have the ability to be tested and to have those tests processed. We're continuing to urge all county hospitals, all labs around the country to report to the CDC all the results of the test, as it'll give these experts around us the ability to continue to advise the President on best practices. As I mentioned, we all continue to follow the outbreak around the country and the test results. But as several have mentioned, we're particularly focused on New York. The reality is the New York metro area was 60% of the new cases in the country. And specifically, as a lay person, I can tell you that the infection rates are roughly 1 in 1,000 in the New York City metropolitan area, where they are 0.2% per thousand or 0.1% per thousand in places like Washington State. It is the reason why today the White House Coronavirus Task Force is calling on any American, first and foremost, if you're in the New York City metropolitan area or elsewhere, to take the guidelines that we issued and avoid non-essential travel. But for anyone in the New York metropolitan area who has traveled, our task force is encouraging you to monitor your temperature, be sensitive to symptoms, and we are asking anyone who has traveled out of the New York City metropolitan area to anywhere else in the country to self-isolate for 14 days. We have to deal with the New York City metropolitan area as a high-risk area. And for that reason, we're taking these steps and asking for the cooperation of the American people. Because of the spread in New York City, we will continue to surge resources. The President's described this. FEMA is coordinating with New York State for the arrival of the USS Comfort in just a matter of a few short weeks. Over the next 24 hours, more than 4,000 additional ventilators will be delivered to New York State as well. New York State has prioritized 3 alternative medical facilities, and at the President's direction, the Army Corps of Engineers is working on plans to build those facilities out. You've heard the President speak about the Javits Center, the addition of 1,000 beds, and we'll continue. I want the people of New York City and the greater New York City area to know that we're with you. We're going to continue to provide resources to support your state and local officials as they confront the spread of the coronavirus in that great city. On the subject of supplies, we had team meetings today at FEMA, which is working on identifying the critical personal protective equipment and ventilators. At this point, FEMA informs us today that they are distributing 7.6 million N95 respirator masks, more than 14 million surgical masks, and FEMA has already shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York, 36 pallets of personal protective equipment to the state of Washington. We'll be meeting again tonight. As you know, the President stood FEMA's National Response Center up, and they are in the lead for the approach to the coronavirus, which is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. and we'll continue to surge those resources and make sure that they're available. One last word, if I may. The President reflected on the response businesses around the country have brought to this moment. It truly is extraordinary. The President did initiate the Defense Production Act last week, but as the President has reflected many times, we will use the Defense Production Act if we need it to mandate production of critical supplies. But so far, no one has said no. And in fact, we see industry stepping up. The President mentioned Ford Motor Company working with 3M and GE Health to expand production of medical supplies. We heard that McDonald's is now offering curbside delivery to truckers who are unable to use the drive-through to pick up a Big Mac. And I spoke today, and the President spoke last week with Tim Cook of Apple, and at this moment in time, Apple went to their storehouses and is donating 9 million N95 masks to healthcare facilities all across the country and to the national stockpile. There is a level of generosity that I know is inspiring to the President, and it's truly inspiring to all of us who are working on the White House Coronavirus Task Force. The President's made it clear that he hopes in weeks, not months, to be able to open up the country. But let me make one last encouragement to every American. We will get to that day quicker if every American will put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for our nation. 15 days to slow the spread. If every American will do this, I have no doubt that we will slow the spread, we will protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you just reiterated that you hope to have the country reopened by Easter, and you said earlier you would like to see churches packed on that day. My question is, you have 2 doctors on stage with you. Have either of them told you that's a realistic timeline?
I think we're looking at a timeline. We're discussing it. We had a very good meeting today. If you add it all up, that's probably 9 days plus another 2.5 weeks. It's a period of time that's longer than the original 2 weeks. So we're going to look at it. We'll only do it if it's good, and maybe we do sections of the country. We do large sections of the country. There could be 2, but we're very much in touch with Tony and with Deborah on everything we're doing.
Who suggested
I
that?
just thought it was a beautiful time. It'd be a beautiful time, a beautiful timeline. It's a great day. It was based on a certain level of weeks from the time we started, and it happened to arrive. Actually, we were thinking in terms of sooner. I'd love to see it come even sooner, but I just think it would be a beautiful timeline. John?
Mr. President, if you look at what we've just seen in the last day or so, you've seen the number of known coronavirus cases in the country double in just 2 days. Another 95 people have died just in the last 24 hours. New York's governor is saying this is spreading like a bullet train across the country, and the governor of Louisiana is saying that his state may not be able to handle the cases that they're facing by early April. So what are you seeing in all of this that leads you to think that we could reopen by Easter or even earlier?
Sure. We're working with all of them. We can be talking about large sections of our country, because there are sections of our country that you didn't talk about that are doing unbelievably well. They have very little incidence or problem, very small numbers. It's very possible that they won't be ever subject to what's happening in New York. New York is definitely a hot spot. There's no question about it. And you know what we're doing in New York to try and help. And I think we're doing an incredible job. We're going to have the hospitals up quickly, the medical centers also quickly. But we'll just have to see. We have to follow it. We have to see. We're going to look at that curve. We're going to see when it starts coming down. And we'll do the best job that can be done. John, please.
Question for you, Mr. President, Dr. Fauci, if we could. Just when looking at this idea of an Easter timeline, I don't know that's probably flexible. What are the metrics by which you will make the decision as to whether you can say, yes, we can open up this area of the country, or no, we can't open up that area? I mean, will you be looking at disease numbers? Will you be looking at possible containment, isolation?
I think we'll be looking at a lot of things. We'll also be looking again at very large portions of our country, and I will be guided very much by Dr. Fauci and by Deborah and by some of the other professionals that work with both of you, and we're going to see what will be. But that would certainly be, I think that's a goal that perhaps can happen, or at least for a very large portion of our country.
Since the president said you and Dr. Birx and others will be guiding him in making the decision, Where are you now in this timeline, 19 days from now?
So I mean, that's really very flexible. We just had a conversation with the president in the Oval Office talking about, you can look at a date, but you got to be very flexible. And on a literally day by day and week by week basis, you need to evaluate the feasibility of what you're trying to do. And John, you asked for, what kind of metrics, what kind of data. When you look at the country, I mean, obviously, no one is going to want to tone down things when you see what's going on in a place like New York City. I mean, that's just, good public health practice and common sense. But the country is a big country, and there are areas of the country, and I refer to this in my opening remarks, that we really need to know more about what the penetrance is there. So if we do the kind of testing we were doing, and testing will always be associated by identification, isolation, and contact tracing. And you find, after a period of time, that there are areas that are very different from other areas of the country. You may not want to essentially treat it as just one force for the entire country, but look at flexibility in different areas. So I think people might get the misinterpretation, you're just going to lift everything up, and even somebody's going like that. That's not going to happen. It's going to be looking at the data. And what we don't have right now, that we really do need, is we need to know what's going on in those areas of the country where there isn't an obvious outbreak. Is there something underneath the surface that says, wait a minute, you better be careful and really clamp down? Or what looks there that you don't really have to be as harsh as you are in other areas. So it's looking at information that up to this point, John, we never had. So it's a flexible situation.
New York becoming is New York becoming the epicenter?
Well, it certainly is by far if you call it hot, if you call it any word you want to use, it is at a level that, I was speaking to Tony before, it's a level that no place else is close. It's very unfortunate. One of the things that's happened that we've done, I think, a really good job on, I think that it's something special what's happened is, I learned from Dr. Birx a little while ago when she said, I learned it actually this afternoon, in 8 days, because we kept hearing about South Korea. They had a very tough time at the beginning, if you remember. In 8 days, we're doing more testing than they've done in 8 weeks. That's a tremendous turn. And with our testing, it's going exponentially. It's going up, up, up every day. So we're going to be able to do things with this very highly sophisticated testing. And it's also, the test itself is considered the best test. So on top of doing now more than anybody else, we have a very high quality test. That makes a big difference. It also makes a big difference even in terms of opening, because we're going to see those areas like the hot spots. But New York City definitely is a very hot spot.
Steve, when you talk about areas that you could open up, what specifically are you looking at? What states? Are you talking about out west?
Well, you can talk about the Farm Belt, and take a look at the Farm Belt. Take a look at areas out west. Look at big sections of Texas. I was talking to the great governor of Texas. They've done a fantastic job out there, but they have very big sections of Texas where, it's like numerous states, frankly. But we can have large sections of, if we want to do it that way, we can have large sections of the country open. I think it's very important that we start moving on that and start thinking about it, because our country wants to be open. Our people want it to be open, and they're raring to go. And I think it's one of the reasons that we're going to have a tremendous bounce back. I think it's going to go very quickly. Also, I want to thank, while I'm here, I want to thank Larry for the job he's done, Steve Mnuchin for the job he's done. If you look at Peter Navarro, he's sort of doing different things. He's really, he's a force in terms of getting masks and getting all of the ventilators and all the things. He's been fantastic, Peter. But I also want to thank Congress, because whether or not we're happy that they haven't quite gotten there yet, they have been working the long hours. I'm talking Republicans and Democrats, all of them, the House, the Senate. I want to thank Congress because they are really trying to get there, and I think they will. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Did
Thank
you give Governor Cuomo a heads up, Mr. President, about the quarantine for people who left New York? Did you give Governor Cuomo a heads up about quarantine?
We're talking to them.
You have something Mr. President. Is it wise to pack churches on Easter?
Take one person to contaminate a whole county.
Yeah, he don't want to hit. He don't want to hit.
Yeah, we could go.
He ain't trying to hear. All he want to hear about the money. He want people to get back to work. Open our borders up and let more people go overseas and get infected. And that's what he want. He don't care about the American people. Look here, Republican talking points on the economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 has taken a morbid turn over the past few days. You can mute that music. Through early last week, the GOP dominated the messaging over welfare benefits that would have seemed unmanageable in February. Benefits designed to encourage Americans to stay at home and reduce the risk of transmission. Trump and other party leaders are now pushing to reopen the economy as early as next week, despite public health experts' advice that such an action would jeopardize millions of Americans before the country even faces the worst of the pandemic. We don't need that music. Waiting for it to change. Trump's push for a return to normalcy can be boiled down to his repeated call that we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. His family members ain't dying. To help clarify the argument, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick went on Fox News on Monday night, where he suggested to Tucker Carlson that in America without social distancing, or a good chunk of the population over 65, will be preferred to one in which Americans continue to protect each other by remaining at home. Those of us who are 70 plus will take care of ourselves, Patrick, who is 69, added. Yeah, you right, the music wasn't annoying if I turned it off. Waiting for the switch again. After the lieutenant governor's bizarre vow, Carlson wanted to make sure he had it all correct. So you're basically saying that the disease could take your life, but that's not the scariest thing to you. There's something worse than dying, Patrick agreed with his summary. There's something, what's worse than dying? Putting aside the general message that death will be a better option than a loss on a quarterly statement, there are a couple of points to address. New data shows that up to a fifth of those infected that range in age from 20 to 44 require hospitalization. Deflating Patrick claimed that only senior Americans face significant risk by reopening the economy. He wants us to get back to work. Open the borders. Let everybody in. And as of 2018, 2.6 million children were being raised directly by their grandparents, caretakers who might not agree with Patrick's suggestion of mass geriatric sacrifice. Or should I say suicide? Related COVID-19 exposes the virulence of American conservatism. Plus, comments leave a comment. Texas Republican seniors are willing to die to save the economy. What? Seniors are willing to die to save the economy. Screw the economy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is just crazy. Trump more worried about the economy than he is about the lives of the American people. This is why it's harder for the rich to get into heaven than anybody else. They put money first. All right, y'all. Let's take a look and see how we doing here. Are we going up? 53,013 cases of the coronavirus reported in the United States. 685 Americans dead. 370 have recovered. New York State, they was at 20,000, remember? They up almost 5,000 new cases today. Remember, they was at 20,000 something. Now they up to 25, going on 26. 4,790 new cases. He talking about letting everybody walk around. They've had 210 deaths. 53 people died today. They still got 25,347 active cases. So more deaths could be on the way. 53 people died in one city. 50, that's a lot. In one day. That will be, they got situations they call massacres. Remember the Hill Valley Massacre, the Boston Strangler Massacre, the mob when they got shot on the street, that was called a massacre. That was 7 to 8 people dying. 53 people died in New York today. That's not a massacre. New Jersey got 3,675. New cases, 831. Total deaths, 44. 17 died today in New Jersey. 3,631 still active. California, 2,494. They got 361 new cases today. They've had 50 die total. 10 died today. Washington State, give them a hand. No new cases. Gotta give them a hand. They've had 100 in total. 110 deaths. Nobody died. 1,987 cases still active, but no new cases. Look at that block. Look at that block. They the only ones that don't have new cases. They doing something right. Michigan, 1,791. 463 new cases today. 24 total deaths, 9 today. 1,767 still infected. Illinois, 1,535, 1,535 infected, 250 new cases. 16 people have died, 4 today. Florida, 1,412 total cases. 185 new today. 18 total deaths. Nobody died today. Still almost 1,400 infected. Louisiana, 1,388. 216 new cases. 46 deaths, 11 today. That means 11 people are planning a funeral in Louisiana. He talking about opening the doors. Massachusetts, 1,159 total cases, 382 new ones today. 11 deaths, 2 today. Georgia, 1,026 cases, 223 new cases today. 32 deaths, 6 of which happened today. Look at all these deaths. Pennsylvania, 851 cases. They got 207 new cases today. 7 total deaths, 1 today, 844. Texas, 826. They got 20 new cases. They've had 9 deaths, none today. I thought you said Texas was doing good. They picked up 20 cases. Colorado, 720. They got no new cases today. Good job. They got 9 deaths, but 2 people died today. But they canceled that out. Tennessee, 667 total cases. 52 new cases today. 2 deaths total, none today. Connecticut, 618. 203 new cases. Total deaths, 12. 2 died today in Connecticut. Ohio, 564 total cases. 122 new cases. 8 deaths total. 2 died today. North Carolina. You know what? You got to give North Carolina credit. They haven't had a death yet. 459. 49 new cases. No deaths. Wisconsin, 457. 41 new cases today. 5 total deaths, none today. Indiana, 365 cases. 106 today. 12 people died. 5 of them died today. My state, Maryland, we ain't jumped up. I remember, what was it, 5 days ago, we only had 46. Now we up to 349. Plus 61 a day. 5 total deaths. Remember we only had 1 death. Then we had 3. Now it's up to 5. No deaths today. South Carolina, 342 cases. 43 new ones today. 5 total deaths. No deaths today. Arizona, 326 cases. They got 92 cases today. 5 total deaths, 3 of them today. 3 people died in Arizona today. Mississippi, 320. They got 71 cases today. 1 total death, none died today. Utah, 298 total cases. They got 41 new cases today. Total deaths, 1. Nobody died today. Virginia, 290 cases. 36 new cases today. 7 died, no deaths. Nevada, 278 cases. They got 33 new cases. 4 deaths. Nobody died today. Minnesota, 262. 27 new cases. 1 death. Nobody died today. Missouri, 255 total cases. 59 new cases. 5 died, none today. Arkansas, 218 cases. 21 new cases, no deaths. Alabama, 215 total cases. 19 new cases, no deaths. Oregon, 209, 18 new cases today. They got 5 deaths, none today. Kentucky, 157, 33 new cases today, 4 total deaths. District of Columbia, I gotta give it to DC, because they was one of the first to pick it up. They've tightened down. 137. 2 deaths. No new cases today. DC's tightened down. Iowa, 124. 19 new cases, no deaths. Rhode Island, 124. They was on an island. I thought they was going to be good. They got 18 new cases today. Maine, 118. 11 new cases, no deaths. Oklahoma, 106 cases. 25 today. 3 total deaths and 1 person died today. New Hampshire, 101 total cases, no new cases. 1 death, nobody died today. New Mexico, 100 total cases, 17 new ones, no one died. Kansas, 98, 16 new cases, 2 deaths. Vermont, 95 total cases, 20 new cases, 7 deaths, 2 died today. Delaware, 91 cases, 23 new cases today, no deaths. Hawaii, 90 cases, plus 13, 1 total death, and it died today. It happened today, their first death. Man, Idaho, 81 cases, 34 new cases today, no one's died. Nebraska, 61 cases, 11 new cases today, nobody died. Montana, 46 cases, 1 case today, nobody died. Alaska, 36 cases, plus 4, nobody died. North Dakota, 34, plus 2, nobody died. South Dakota, 30, plus 2 today, 1 person died, none today. Wyoming, 30 total cases, they got 4 more today, and nobody died. West Virginia, 20 cases, 4 new cases today, nobody died. The Diamond cruise ship, they still being quarantined on that ship, 49 and no deaths. And the Grand Princess cruise, 30 no new cases, 1 death. So total, 53,013 people are infected. We got 9,279 cases. New cases today. Total deaths, 685. New deaths for the day, 132. Still active cases, 51,958 for the country. 132 people died today. And New York is almost half of that. That's crazy. Anybody have any comments? Liz says, seriously, would not a short-term shutdown not help with this? Liz says, I don't want to shut down, would it be beneficial? Naya says, let's see, Liz. He said, if you can't go out, how can it spread? Well, some of the states that's rural didn't pick up any new cases. And states that took it seriously, like I was surprised West Virginia didn't pick up any new cases. But like I said, there's not a lot of business. Not a lot of, hot locations in West Virginia. But the places where there are, New York, Atlantic City, my state, Maryland, DC, Virginia. I believe a lot of the people traveling brought it here. There are a lot of people that come from New York, DC, the top of Virginia. A lot of people travel. Because it's amazing that Delaware is doing so well. As big as Pennsylvania is, I guarantee you the majority of the places in Pennsylvania is around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Guarantee you. But people gonna keep doing business, and doing business is what's spreading the disease. I got bacterial dish detergent. I put it down and mop the floor. I wash my hands a lot. Like I say, I don't have to go off for a couple of days. But I ain't gonna front. If I had some money, I would go get some English muffins and get some more tuna fish. We still got a can left for the 4, and we still got a can of the soup left. We still got a can of spaghetti left. Still got a can of corn left. I'm making a chicken stir fry tonight. I had they came in the pack. I had the chicken thighs when I got off last night. I cooked them, and when I got up today, I made the one of the pack of chicken legs. So we still got a pack of thighs and a pack of legs left. We still got the pound and a half of turkey ground beef. We still got the full bags of the core rice, and we still got the 50 little sausage links. I'm gonna cut them up, and I'm gonna make a stir fried. I guess it will be sausage stir fried rice, and I'll divide them. Since it's 50, you can probably do like 6 or 7 of those links. I'll cut them up and put it in the rice and have a stir fry. So like I said, so I don't have to go out for a couple of days. So I'm alright for the moment. What's today? The 24th. So you got 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3. So we got 8 more days to go. I'll see if I can stretch that food out. Let's see how far we can stretch it. Right now, food is more important, but we need a mount for the I rigged the selfie stick up. I told you it was it's like a pocket that go across the whole seat. When I hooked on the black basket to the back of the seat, and then I tied it, it left this much room on the right hand side. I took the selfie stick and shoved it down in there, and then I tied it to the basket. So I got the selfie stick attached behind the seat. So it'll be behind me. I'll be riding, and I can put this camera there. I can put this camera and there'll be 360-degree camera. It'll be behind my head. But we need a mount to put this on the handlebar. We need a mount to put this on the handlebar. It doesn't make sense to put it on the strap of the backpack because it's just two cameras, and like this, it's blocking the camera. So what's the purpose of having 360 if you can't see anything? All you're gonna see is my shoulder. So we need to mount it on the dashboard. Then at least you would get a view. You know what I'm saying? So but it's not a big deal. Oh. What is that? It's a flashlight mount. Flashlight mount. That's a flashlight mount. That's for a computer. That's a mirror mount. Huh. Excuse me. That's what we need right there. That's it right there. Why I had to be so much? But that's what we need. Excuse me. Bada bing. Oh, that would raise it up. That'd be nice right there. $5.99. How much do I have left from the market trip? All right, we got $3, so we just need 3. Let's see if I can find it on eBay. Maybe I can find it for $3 on eBay. That way I don't even have to get it. Excuse me. I don't see a link. Let me put it on live chat. Oh, okay, I see it. Wait a minute. My bad. You said when you're on the phone, you can't hear me good. Let's see where the volume is. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How I sound now? Whoa, I went too high. Hello, hello, hello. All right, how's the volume now? How's the volume now? Oops.
Having coronavirus. Oh man is facing charges after police say he lied about having coronavirus. Police say Justin Rhodes went live on Facebook inside of a local Walmart claiming to have tested positive. Police arrested him shortly after. He's now charged with felony perpetrating a hoax in a public building.
Huh. That's crazy. I turned the volume up, Liz. Does this sound better? I can turn it up some more, but it might distort. Hello? 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 All right, I turned it up a little bit more. Hold on, let me turn the phone up. Wait a minute. I got the phone on here. Hold on. Hello, hello. All right, I turned it up a little bit more. Hello, 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 hello. Wee. Hold on, let me turn the phone up. Wait a minute. I got the phone on here. Hold on. Hello, hello. All right, I turned it up a little bit more. Hello, 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 hello. Wee. Hold on, let me turn the phone up. Wait a minute. It sounds good here. Huh. Hey Liz, you can get like a little Bluetooth speaker. It'd be like $5 or $6 off of Amazon. Just get you a little Bluetooth speaker. You know, you ain't got to get fancy with it. Yeah, it's crazy. Somebody's sick in their head. Somebody should have just jumped on them. You gonna come in here and infect us? They should just beat the crap out of them. All right, we only got $3. So put it in. That's an auction. Wait a minute, it says it's a holder. Okay, it is a holder. Okay. Silver, blue, red, black. Give me black. How long will it take? April the 30th. Oh, heck no. Wait a minute. Can we find United States? United States only. Yeah, I got shut down real quick. That's $9.60 shipping. You ain't no cheaper. Well, that's 50 cents cheaper. I used to have a clamp like that. What did I do with it? I might have to look around. Maybe I got one. I had to look around. Yeah, let me look around. I might be able to rig something up. Yeah, I might be able to rig something up. Where? All right, well, I know if we wait until WitcherCon, I can wait. Maybe if I take out the word camera, hold on. Let me just put bike mount. See what pop up. $7.98. First, wait a minute. Did I put in this is $3? It didn't save it? No, you want the United States only. You want the United States only. Price $3. That's what we got to work with. $3, baby. If we can't, we ain't gonna worry about it. We just had to use the one camera. That's an auction. $4.99 shipping. $2.99 shipping. $4.20 shipping. That's for a flashlight. You know, we got one of them for the Bluetooth speaker. I wonder. It's 360, but do it come off? Did that screw off? That's a good question. Did that screw off? If that screws off, that's an auction. $5 shipping. $5 shipping. $5 shipping. All right, let me come back. You know what? I might have an option, y'all. Let me put a song or something on. Separated. shopping for you, Liz. So both of them open. We'll close both of them then. All right. All right, Liz, I was shopping for you. That's a nice little Bluetooth speaker. It's only $6.14. Let me see. What else they got here? They got different colors. That's $688. But the prime days, you got the best date I seen was the March 30th. So the prime backed up. The Amazon Prime is backed up. She said, I love you, Jesus. Yeah, I was shopping for you. You said you need a Bluetooth speaker. I mean, you said you couldn't hear. The speaker on your phone must be bad because I tested it on mine and it sounded fine. So it's got to be the speaker. The speaker on your phone must be going bad. Yeah, she said she ordered some masks from Amazon. They won't get here till mid-April. Yeah, the Amazon Prime suck. I'm gonna see if I can tie. The handlebar is round. That's the problem. The handlebar is round. And of course, ours didn't come. The camera phone to me and who am I got, it doesn't have the mounting screw at the bottom. Like this one has. See, this one's twisted on by a screw holds it. We had to buy the special backpack clip for that one. They said it's from me dropping it so much. I'm surprised I haven't damaged the screen. Yeah, well, sometimes when you drop it, sometimes the wires inside get messed up. And so one of your wires could be, it might, if you go where the speaker is, if you tap it a couple times, maybe you can knock it back in place. Listen to me, you can tell. I make stuff work. Oh. I'm trying to think if I can get somebody called Be the Difference. So y'all, what are we gonna do? If the president tells everybody they ain't got to stay in anymore. I mean, we still getting new cases with them saying stay in. What's going to happen when the president says, all right, everybody stop being quarantined, come on out? Then what? I'm not the smartest person in the world, and I'm not going to lie and say I am. Let me fix this light. I'm not the smartest person in the world, and I'm not going to say I am. I keep trying to move you over, you keep moving back. What's up with that? Trying to move you over, sir. All right. Am I a little bit lighter? Y'all see, or is it still too far away? I ain't no brain surgeon, but even with people being told to stop gathering around, even with people told stop going non-essential trips, almost every state is still gaining new cases. What's going to happen when Trump says, all right, everybody, go back to work? Trump don't want to pay out that money. That's what it is. Trump don't want to pay that money out. That's what it is. Trump don't want the government to pay that money out. He gonna lose money. Trump businesses are gonna lose money if they give that money out. We need to stay in until nobody is picking up new cases. I'm being honest. We need to have this in place until no state is getting new cases. Y'all hear what I'm saying? We need this until no state is getting new cases. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Hey. Stay up there. We need to keep this up. I'm dead serious. We need to keep this up until, because see, as more and more people are getting tested, this is why the numbers are going up. The people that were infected but didn't start getting symptoms, they starting to go get tested. So we need to wait and let everybody get where they getting to, and then we're going to start seeing the cases die down. So he's saying 6 more days. No. 5 or 6 more days, we're going to have thousands more people infected. Because there are people who are infected right now that's not showing no symptoms. And if we got all those new cases today, them people, some of them are going to die. So we can't even look at the death rate. Because look at all the new cases that we had. New York is going on 26,000 cases. 26,000. They lost 53 people today. How many gonna die tomorrow? And of the people that's infected, how many of them will die tomorrow? So why does he think that he can tell everybody everything's all right? Yeah, they're coming in slowly, but you knew they were coming in. There were people who hadn't been tested and didn't know they had it. If they were self-quarantining themselves like they were told and staying in the house, it wouldn't matter. But the people not doing it. Now, we covered last night when he told the people, stay in the house, don't have no gatherings. And yet people were at the beach. People were looking at cherry blossoms. You worrying about cherry blossom when you could die. It's something wrong with our people. People in general. Our American people. What the hell wrong with us? You worrying about some cherry blossoms. Them people going, look at them cherry blossoms. Them people going to the beach drove our numbers up. They drove our numbers up. They want to look at some cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms will be here next year. They'll be here the year after. Will you be here? Messing around? Will you be here to see them? I remember somebody said that there was a comment coming. It was years ago. Somebody said it was a comment coming. Take off work. No, I ain't taking off work. This comment only come every once in something years. I said, well, I guess I wasn't meant to see it. I'm going to work. Some cherry blossoms. Them cherry blossoms ain't going nowhere. We got a whole spring. They ain't gonna start dying until the fall, right? Why everybody had to go see the first cherry blossoms coming? Man, it's just so stupid in my life. Dumb stuff. And I'm sorry. It's a lot of spoiled people, a lot of entitled people, and they think they ain't got to follow the rules. But then when they sitting in the hospital coughing, we supposed to feel sorry for them. We was stuck in the house. They was out there partying. They didn't feel sorry for us being stuck in the house. We covered it last night, Liz. I couldn't believe it. But this is the reason why the disease is going up, because people are ignoring. I can tell you something. You remember a couple shows ago, I kept telling you I hear all them kids playing outside. I don't hear them now. I ain't heard them today. I ain't hear them yesterday neither. It's quiet as a mouse. This says they don't think it can happen in MBD. He said putting not only themselves at risk, but everyone else. I can afford it. I can understand it. There is no vaccine. But what about the people who can't afford it that you infect before you get the vaccine? Even if they had one. If you were rich and you could afford it. You know, the same way some people say some people contracted AIDS and there is a cure, but it's $1 million or something. And if you got the $1 million, you'll pay for it. You ain't got the $1 million, you in trouble. Hey, the driver. Thanks for checking in, buddy. We was worried about you. I told her we were live. The driver said he got an email, kids going back to school in May. I wouldn't send them. But I will say that South Carolina did good today, the driver. Oh, no, it didn't. I got the wrong. No, it didn't. Y'all got 43 new cases today. Hey, we went up to 349. 61 new cases. Doggone it. That's a daggone shame we had a death in Maryland today. I guarantee you, it was in one of those rich counties, I guarantee you. The driver says, actually, Trump wanted to pay everyone. The Democrats stopped the bill. Trump wanted to pay everyone to stimulate the economy. Because Trump think we going to give y'all this money and y'all going to go spend it. And it's going to boost the economy. But if we being told not to come out the house, how we going to spend the money? We can order stuff online, but they ain't going to help the local businesses. And Trump had the Republicans had a lot of things in there to help businesses out. To help the big businesses out. Democrats were saying no. Helping the people out fine. When the people get the money, they're going to spend it. That'll benefit the businesses. Right? I remember this was in the 80s. I heard the dumbest thing I ever heard. President Reagan talking about trickle-down economics. Y'all remember that? Trickle-down economics. Give tax cuts to the rich. They'll spend more money, which benefit the poor. I don't know many rich people that go to McDonald's and Burger King. I don't know many rich people that's going to shop at the small store. They're going to go to the stores where only they can afford to go. So how the money going to trickle down to the poor people and the middle class people? If you want to stimulate the economy, you give tax breaks to the middle class and the poor so they can spend more because they're the ones that spend the money. Rich people invest money. They transfer money over to Switzerland to save taxes. That's not benefiting the economy. They take that money to start new businesses. But the manufacturing is cheaper overseas. How that benefit us? The people overseas is working and making the product. Where does the money trickle down? Money trickles up. It don't trickle down. You know? But don't get me wrong. I would appreciate... Liz says, Trump loves McDonald's. Did you not know? If I wasn't if I wasn't afraid of sitting around there all day and catching the coronavirus, I would ask y'all to donate $20. I would go sit in McDonald's for 5 hours, and we would count how many rich people came in there. Yeah, that's it. I'm in the city. I'm in the inner city. We can go sit and see how many rich people come in at McDonald's. And at McDonald's, there's a college. Johns Hopkins College is right there. But we can sit there and we'll see how many people that are well-to-do walk through that door. Yeah, go see many. Talk to me all day. Naya says, I haven't read the bill. I'm not privy to speak on it. I'm pretty sure it will help many. Oh, don't get me wrong. The bill that the Democrats got, they want to give us $200 a month for the rest of the year, and maybe until April of next year. The problem is that the Democrats want people on SSI and they want people on welfare not to get it. The Democrats want them to get it. They also don't want the businesses to take that money and buy stocks with it. You know, stocks is low. So instead of, the businesses hiring people, they don't want them, since the stocks are so low, to buy up stocks and get richer, and everybody else get poorer. The Republicans want them to be able to do that. That's when what I read of the bill. That was my take on it. Does anybody else have a take? She said, R. Kelly loved McDonald's. So y'all name 2 people. I'm not saying they won't go through the drive-thru and grab something, but they ain't gonna spend no serious money there unless they're having a party or something. I'm talking about the richy rich, the elite. If I was rich, I wouldn't eat at McDonald's. Be honest. If you was rich, you wouldn't eat at McDonald's, all that processed food, that fake meat. Did you know that a McDonald's French fry takes about 3 months to mold? If you put a McDonald's French fry in a jar, it will look the same for 3 months. How long it take your body to break it down and get rid of it? Just answer the question. If you eat some French fries, hold on here. No name by Kay says she's not feeling well, but she gives you all her love. You said T-Mobile was turning people off. This says, oh no, hugs the NNC. Hey, the driver. My problem with Donald Trump is Donald Trump want us to forget about the disease and get back to work to help the economy. That's my problem with Donald Trump. Whether we get the stimulus package or not, you can't miss something you ain't never had. But you'll miss living. Donald Trump is talking about in a couple days, all the governors that have sanctions and curfews and telling people to stay home from work and keep the kids out of school, just stop it. Let's go back to normal. Let's build the economy up. So maybe we should take another look at these numbers. You got 53,358 people that have the virus in the United States. 695 people have died. Only 370 of that 53,358 have recovered. He's talking about we need to go back to normal. Only 370 have recovered out there 53,000. Almost 700 have died of that 53,000. He says that we got it under control. Well, let's look. State of New York. Yesterday they had 20,000. Now they're going on 26,000 total cases. Almost 5,000 new cases today, the driver. They've had 210 deaths. 53 people died in New York just today. Just today. Hold on. Hold on a second. NNC said, prayers out to all of y'all, and Liz, your husband too. Let's look at New Jersey. 3,675 total cases. 831 new cases today. They've had 44 deaths. 17 people died in New Jersey today. And they still got 3,631 cases that are still active. How many gonna die tomorrow? California has 2,494 total cases. They got 361 new cases today. 50 deaths in total. 10 happened today. They still got 2,438 infected. The state of Washington, 2,221. They got no new cases today. Total deaths is 110. No deaths today. Yeah, that 110 has scared them in the house. Michigan, 1,791. 463 new cases today. 24 deaths, 9 people died today. How many will die tomorrow? How many will die the next day? Illinois, 1,535 total cases. 250 new cases today. 16 total deaths. They lost 4 people today out that 16. 4 people died today. Florida, 1,467 total cases. They picked up 240. They've had 20 total deaths and 2 people died today of that 20. Louisiana, 1,388. They got 216 new cases. 46 people have died already, 11 of them today. Massachusetts, 1,159 cases. 382 new cases today. 11 have died. 2 died today. Georgia, 1,097. 294 new cases. 38 deaths. 12 people in the state of Georgia died today. Has anybody heard from the woman and the man in Atlanta? Colorado, 912. They got 192 cases today. They got 11 deaths. 4 people died today. Pennsylvania, 851. 207 new cases today. 7 people have died. 1 person died today. Texas, 826. 20 new cases today. 9 have died. Tennessee, 667. 52 new cases. 2 have died, none today. Connecticut, 618 cases. 203 new cases today alone. 12 people have died in Connecticut. 2 died today. Ohio, 564 cases. 122 new cases today. 8 people have died, 2 of them today. North Carolina, 459 cases. They picked up 49 cases. No deaths yet. Wisconsin, 457. 41 new cases. 5 deaths, none today. Indiana, 365. How's that man and woman doing down there? 106 new cases today. 12 deaths. They buried 5 people today. They will have to bury 5 people. My state, 349. 4 days ago, we only had, 5 days ago, we had 20. We've gone from 20 to 349. 61 new cases today. 4 deaths. 1 person in my state died today. South Carolina, where you are the driver. 342 cases. 43 people got infected today. 5 have died. Nobody died today. Wait a minute. No, that's old. So hold on. Now I went over those. Naya says, hey, NNC, feel better soon. The driver says, hope you feel better, NNC. Liz says, craziness. The driver says, I don't agree with that. Liz says, what happened when kids get sick? A 7-month-old has it. Naya said, a 19-year-old died. Will we go back to normal? Naya said, yes, it cannot be accomplished as it stands today. Liz said, we need to stay away from people. Naya said, yes, Liz. Liz said, please tell her thank you. Let her know we are praying for her as well. Hold on. All right, I told her. Then driver said, praying for you, Liz. Liz said, thank you, driver. I'm praying for you and your family as well. Liz said, all of you prayers. Yeah, she meant to say, thank you, driver. She had, thank you, drive. Okay, like I was saying. Hey, now, wait a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Where's that link where we had the president speak at? Do we still have it? Is this it right here? I just want the link. Okay. He was really late. All right, here we go. I got the screen sharing on, so y'all should be able to see that on y'all screen. I got the screen sharing on. So let's take a listen there, Mr. Driver. Listen to this man. Listen to this man. He make you want to go choke him. That's our president. But God done it.
Thank you very much. Been a very busy day.
Go to the bathroom real quick.
I want to thank the American people for the incredible sacrifices that they're making on behalf of our nation. And I want to encourage everyone to keep following our guidelines on social distancing, avoiding large gatherings and hand washing and all of the other things that everybody knows they're supposed to be doing. Ultimately, the goal is to ease the guidelines and open things up to very large sections of our country as we near the end of our historic battle with the invisible enemy. We're going for a while, but we win. We win. I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality. We'll be meeting with a lot of people to see if it can be done. Easter is a very special day for many reasons. For me, for a lot of our friends, that's a very special day. And what a great timeline this would be. Easter is our timeline. What a great timeline that would be. My first priority is always the health and safety of the American people. I want everyone to understand that we are continuing to evaluate the data. We're working with the task force and making decisions based on what is best for the interest of our fantastic country. In order to defeat the virus, we must continue to be very strong. Your resilience and spirit has been inspiring to everyone. Right now, this virus is attacking 149 countries, but everybody looks to us and they're watching us. And I'm very proud to be your president. I can tell you that. There's tremendous hope as we look forward and we begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Stay focused and stay strong, and my administration and myself will deliver for you as we have in the past. Let me provide you an update on critical preparations and supplies in a war on the virus. Through FEMA, the federal government is distributing more than 8 million N95 respirators, 14 million surgical masks, and many, many millions more under order, and they'll be arriving soon. 2.4 million face shields, 1.9 million surgical gowns, 13.5 million gloves, and more than 4,000 ventilators to the areas of greatest need have already been sent, and we have 4,000 being delivered to New York. The federal government is using every resource at its disposal to acquire and distribute critical medical supplies. The core element of this strategy is my executive order authorizing the use of the Defense Production Act, which has, as you know, already been activated actually a long time ago, quite a long time ago. Private companies are heeding our call to produce medical equipment and supplies because they know that we will not hesitate to invoke the DPA in order to get them to do what they have to do. It's called leverage. You don't have to use it from the standpoint of actually it's been activated, but you don't have
Easter is April the 12th.
to use it, but the threat of it being there is great leverage, and companies are doing as we ask, and companies are actually even better than that. They're coming through and they're calling us, and it's been really something to see. This morning, Ford, 3M, General Electric Healthcare are making tremendous numbers. They've already started of respirators, ventilators, and face shields. They're working together. We didn't have to exercise or utilize the DPA in any way. The fact that we have it helps, but we didn't have to, and for the most part, we won't have to. We're receiving full cooperation from companies with the understanding that the federal government stands ready to compel cooperation if need be. We haven't found that to be the case.
Hold on a second.
It's been really amazing to see these big, strong, powerful, in some cases very small companies, family-owned companies, step up and make a lot of great product for what we're going through and what we will continue to be going through for a while. The Army Corps of Engineers and the National Guard are building 4 hospital facilities in New York City at the Javits Center, which will be operational very soon. They've already started. In addition, they're building 4 separate medical facilities in different parts of the state. We're dealing with Governor Cuomo on that. So you're going to have 4 hospitals and 4 medical facilities at the highest level, too. Really incredible facilities. Temporary, but incredible. We're also deploying the U.S. Navy hospital ship, and that will be arriving in New York Harbor in the not too distant future. It's finishing its maintenance. They're doing a very big maintenance, and what we did is we condensed it very seriously. And as you know, the other hospital ship, and these are incredible ships, it's already on its way to Los Angeles. So we're in frequent contact with state and local officials and getting a lot of work done. We're likewise building hospitals in Los Angeles. We're working also the state of Washington. We're working with the governor of the state of New Jersey, building a medical facility, a hospital facility, and doing a lot of work. I want to thank the people from FEMA, the great people from FEMA, and also the Army Corps of Engineers. Secretary Mnuchin and the members of my administration continue to work closely with Congress. I'm pleased to report that we are working to pass the biggest and boldest financial relief package in American history. Senators will soon hopefully vote on a $2 trillion bill that will deliver direct cash payments to struggling Americans. No fault of their own. This came out of nowhere. Nobody can imagine this even happened, but it's not their fault. We want to protect, and we will, all of the things that a person needs protected and a family needs protected. We're working on job retention loans for small businesses and extended unemployment insurance for laid-off workers. The legislation will also include billions of dollars for additional resources for our, and really heroic, these are incredible doctors, nurses, brave, and hospitals, as well as support for hard-hit industries such as the airline industry and the cruise ship industry, which employ tremendous amounts of people and obviously serve very important functions beyond that, with very tough protections for the American taxpayer. The loans will be very secure and they will be very profitable, and at the same time they'll bridge, they call them bridge loans in many cases. They'll be bridging these companies back into very good health. And some of them are very important companies that 4 weeks ago didn't have a problem. I'm also confident that the Democrats will do the right thing. I feel very confident. They're working very hard together right now, Republicans and Democrats, and they're getting very close to a very fair deal and a great deal for the people of our country. Today, as you probably saw, the Dow surged over 2,100 points. It's the all-time record history of the exchange. This is very encouraging, and I think part of the reason is they are looking at what is close to being passed, and I think a very big part of it is they see that we want to get our country open as soon as possible. They see we're working very hard on that. That's a very big factor, I think, in today's historic gain. The legislation developed in the Senate is the first step to restoring confidence and stability to America's economy as we look ahead to the time when we can carefully and responsibly reopen our country for business, and we hope that's going to be very soon. I want to assure Americans that we have a team of public health experts. We've gotten to know them as well as I know them. They're great people, incredible, talented. They love our country. Also, economists and other professionals working to develop a sophisticated plan to reopen the economy as soon as the time is right. One based on the best science, the best modeling, and the best medical research there is anywhere on earth. Our great people have been, especially when it comes to our public health experts and officials, have been helping other countries, dealing with other countries, constant touch with other countries, helping them out, because many of them have never seen anything like what's happening. But our decision will be based on hard facts and data as to the opening. I'm also hopeful to have Americans working again by that Easter, that beautiful Easter day. But rest assured, every decision we make is grounded solely in the health, safety, and well-being of our citizens. This is a medical crisis. This isn't a financial crisis. But it's a thing that nobody has seen for many, many decades, nothing like this. Marshaling our economic strength is a key feature of defeating the virus, producing the material supplies and equipment that we need, and they're doing a really fantastic job. We're helping the governors. We had a conference call the other day with the governors, and we allowed the press to join us on the call, and the spirit between us and the governors has been really great. We should never be reliant on a foreign country for the means of our own survival. I think we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. This crisis has underscored just how critical it is to have strong borders and a robust manufacturing sector. For 3 years, we've embarked on a great national project to secure our immigration system and bring back our manufacturing jobs. We brought back many jobs, record numbers of jobs. And this really shows, this experience shows how important borders are Without borders, you don't have a nation. Our goal for the future must be to have American medicine for American patients, American supplies for American hospitals, and American equipment for our great American heroes. Now both parties must unite to ensure the United States is truly an independent nation in every sense of the word. Energy independence, we've established that. And something incredible that we've established. We're energy independent, manufacturing independence, economic independence, and territorial independence enforced by strong sovereign borders. America will never be a supplicant nation. We will be a proud, prosperous, independent, and self-reliant nation. We will embrace commerce with all, but we will be dependent on none. Above all, we know that the best thing for our economy and the world right now is a very, very powerful victory over the virus. Every day, the American people are showing the unity and resolve that has always defined the character of our nation. In New York, citizens are using 3D printers to make hundreds of face shields. They're making them by the hundreds. In Texas, businesses and churches are uniting to collect gloves and thermometers for hospitals. In the selfless actions of our amazing citizens, we're seeing enduring strength of our magnificent nation, a spirit that can never be broken, and a victorious future that can never be denied. It never will be denied. Now what I'd like to do is perhaps ask a person who has really established herself as maybe the world's great expert on what she does. If I could ask Deborah to come forward and say a few words, and then I'll ask Tony to come up and speak, and then our Vice President, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll do it quickly, and we'll probably see you again tomorrow. So, Deborah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think those of you who heard the town hall, we are continuing to accelerate testing at a record rate. We now have 370,000 tests that have been done. The majority of those, over 220,000 in the last 8 days, which are those of you who have been tracking the South Korea numbers, put us equivalent to what they did in 8 weeks that we did in 8 days. This was made possible because of the HHS team working together, bringing together the strength of the FDA with the CDC and under the leadership of Secretary Azar. We're very proud of those numbers, but we know that we have to do more, and we continue to accelerate in testing to ensure that those who need the test are tested first and have access. As we talked about yesterday, we're working on the ability for people to take their own sample. That does not mean home testing. That means taking your own sample in the front of your nose with available swabs into normal saline that can be transported to the laboratories. That will allow and free up all of the drive-thrus to be very sparing on PPE, because you'll be able to do that with gloves rather than the full PPE outfits. This will allow for more of that PPE to be dedicated to our hospitals. I think those of you who are tracking this epidemic closely, like I am, you will begin to see that there is encouraging results coming out of Italy. We are impressed by the decreases that are seen in mortality, the number of people succumbing to this illness, and the number of new cases. Our new cases will continue to surge because we're still working on our backlog, although we will be in touch with the laboratories after this press conference to really find out how many are still in backlog and how many were run in the last 24 hours. Until we can get into a 24-hour cycle, we're going to have disproportional number of new cases compared to the actual new cases, and we will let you know when we've reached that equilibrium. Finally, and I know Dr. Fauci will talk about this further, we remain deeply concerned about New York City and the New York metro area. About 56% of all the cases in the United States are coming out of that metro area, and 60% of all the new cases are coming out of the metro New York area, and 31% of the people succumbing to this disease. It means, because they still are at the 31% mortality compared to the other regions of the country, that we can have a huge impact if we unite together. This means, as in all places, they have to be following the presidential guidelines that were put out 8 or 9 days ago, and this will be critical. But to everyone who has left New York over the last few days, because of the rate of the number of cases, you may have been exposed before you left New York. And I think, like Governor DeSantis has put out today, everybody who was in New York should be self-quarantining for the next 14 days to ensure that the virus doesn't spread to others, no matter where they have gone, whether it's Florida, North Carolina, or out to far reaches of Long Island. We are starting to see new cases across Long Island that suggest people have left the city. So this will be very critical that those individuals do self-quarantine in their homes over these next 14 days to make sure they don't pass the virus to others based on the time that they left New York. So if they've already are 4 days out, then it's just 10 more days. So I thank you if you help get that message out to others. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Deb. I want to just talk very briefly about 2 or 3 things. First, the issue of testing and how that has really changed the complexion of the approach that we're going to be able to take. Testing was an issue. We had many questions of testing in this room for a number of times. Now that we literally have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of testing out there are a few things that we can do with that. One of the things is that when we make policy about what we're going to be doing with the rest of the country, particularly those areas that are not hot spots, we need to know what the penetrance of infection is there. So we need to put a light on those dark spots that we don't know. We have to act policy-wise on data, and we're going to be getting more data, a lot more data. The other thing is that the areas of the country that are not hotspots, that are not going through the terrible ordeal that New York and California and Washington State are going through, they still have a window of significant degree of being able to contain. In other words, when you test, you find somebody, you isolate them, you get them out of circulation, and you do the contact tracing. When you have a big outbreak, it's tough to do anything but mitigation. We have an opportunity now that we have the availability of testing to do that. So you're going to be hearing more about how we can inform where we're going, particularly because we have the ability to test. The second thing is I just want to reiterate what Dr. Berg said about New York. It's a very serious situation. They've suffered terribly through no fault of their own. But what we're seeing now is that understandably, people want to get out of New York. They're going to Florida, they're going to Long Island, they're going to different places. The idea, if you look at the statistics, it's disturbing. About 1 per 1,000 of these individuals are infected. That's about 8 to 10 times more than in other areas, which means when they go to another place, for their own safety, they've got to be careful, monitor themselves. If they get sick, bring it to the attention of a physician, get tested. Also, the idea about self-isolating for 2 weeks will be very important because we don't want that to be another seeding point to the rest of the country wherever they go. And then thirdly, just one comment about drugs and the testing of drugs. You know, you heard yesterday about drugs being out there that physicians on an off-label way can prescribe it to give people hope of something that hasn't been definitively proven to work, but that might have some hope. I don't want anybody to forget that simultaneously with our doing that, we're also doing randomized clinical trials on a number of candidates. You've heard about candidates, but there are others in the pipeline where we'll be able to design the study, and over a period of time, particularly since we have so many infections, we'll be able to determine definitively, are these safe and are they effective? We're talking about remdesivir, other drugs, immune sera, convalescent sera, monoclonal antibodies. All of these are in the pipeline now, queuing up to be able to go into clinical trial. So I'll stop there and talk.
Thank you, Tony. Good job. Barry, how about just a quick few minutes on how we're doing over at the Hill?
Thank you, sir. We're gaining great progress on this phase 3 legislation. Negotiations continue. We've had continued reports. I've been up there with Secretary Mnuchin. Secretary Mnuchin continues today with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, checking in with the President. They're getting closer and closer. They expect to vote as soon as possible. I just want to walk through a couple of key points. This legislation is urgently needed to bolster the economy, provide cash injections and liquidity, and stabilize financial markets to get us through a difficult and challenging period in the economy facing us right now, but also to position us for what nobody imagined possible. We're dealing with that as best we can. This package will be the single largest Main Street assistance program in the history of the United States. The single largest Main Street assistance program in the history of the United States. Phase 2 delivered the sick leave for individuals, hourly workers, families, and so forth. Phase 3, a significant package for small businesses. Loan guarantees will be included. We're going to take out expenses and lost revenues. As the president said, eligibility requires worker retention. We will maintain the people eligible, will maintain their payrolls during this crisis period. And on top of that, we will have direct deposit checks of roughly $3,000 for a family of 4, and that will bridge to enhanced plussed up unemployment insurance benefits that will essentially take those up to full wages. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, a strong workforce requires strong business. You can't have a job without a business to work for. And the hope here is that the companies that were operating very well at the beginning of the year when the economy was in good shape, we will help them and their employees get through this tough period so they will come out the other side, let's say this later this spring or summer, and will continue their operations. That's the key point. Now, don't forget, there's income tax deferrals for individuals and corporations without interest and penalties. There's student loan interest and principal deferrals without any penalties. And finally, I want to mention the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Refund. That will be replenished. It's important because that fund opens the door for Federal Reserve firepower to deal a broad-based way throughout the economy for distressed industries, for small businesses, for financial turbulence. You've already seen the Fed take action. They intend to take more action. And in order to get this, we have to replenish the Treasury's emergency fund. It's very, very important. Not everybody understands that. That fund, by the way, will be overseen by an oversight board and an inspector general. It will be completely transparent. So the total package here comes to roughly $6 trillion, $2 trillion direct assistance, roughly $4 trillion in Federal Reserve lending power. Again, it'll be the largest Main Street financial package in the history of the United States. Liquidity and cash for families, small business, individuals, unemployed, to keep this thing going. We're heading for a rough period, but it's only going to be weeks, we think. Weeks and months, not going to be years, that's for sure. And hopefully pave the way for continued economic recovery after this crisis departs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've been hearing that voice for so many years, like 30 years or more maybe, and it's a great voice and it's a great man. So Larry Kudlow, thank you very much. I want to say that that package, and we went over parts of it, but pretty big parts, it really sets us up to, I think, even supersede where we were a month ago. I think we can get up there quickly, and I think it allows us to supersede. It allows us to help these great companies that need help, like Boeing, which is, it had a problem, and then on top of that problem, it had the virus come in. But we'll be helping Boeing, we'll be helping the airlines, we'll be helping the cruise lines, we'll be doing a lot of things, and the money will all come back to us, and it'll come back to us in a very strong form. And before we take some questions, I'd like to ask our great Vice President to say a few words, if you would, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met again today. And on behalf of the President of the United States, everyone on our team, I know state leaders, let me just say thank you, America. People across this country, businesses large and small, are responding to the threat of the coronavirus in ways that are deeply inspiring. People are acting on the President's 15 days to slow the spread, and it is making a material difference. Our experts standing beside us told us that if every American And regardless of whether you're in an area that's impacted by an outbreak of the coronavirus or not, if every American would embrace these guidelines, that we could significantly reduce the number of Americans that would contract the coronavirus and protect the most vulnerable. And as the President reflected earlier, tens of millions of Americans are doing just that, and we're grateful. The focus of our task force, of course, is to slow the spread, to promote mitigation strategies. Beyond that, though, the President has us focus on testing and on supplies, and making sure that those that are enduring the symptoms of the coronavirus and those who are ministering to them, our extraordinary healthcare workers, have the support that they need. In the category of supplies, you just heard Dr. Birx indicate that we've made great progress. We have done more tests in the last 8 days than were done in the previous 8 weeks, and it's because of the public-private partnership that the President forged with commercial labs. And I would encourage people around the country to remind your family members and friends, if you don't have symptoms, don't get a test. We want to make sure people who are having symptoms, who have a concern, have the ability to be tested and to have those tests processed. We're continuing to urge all county hospitals, all labs around the country to report to the CDC all the results of the test, as it'll give these experts around us the ability to continue to advise the President on best practices. As I mentioned, we all continue to follow the outbreak around the country and the test results. But as several have mentioned, we're particularly focused on New York. The reality is the New York metro area was 60% of the new cases in the country. And specifically, as a lay person, I can tell you that the infection rates are roughly 1 in 1,000 in the New York City metropolitan area, where they are 0.2% per thousand or 0.1% per thousand in places like Washington State. It is the reason why today the White House Coronavirus Task Force is calling on any American, first and foremost, if you're in the New York City metropolitan area or elsewhere, to take the guidelines that we issued and avoid non-essential travel. But for anyone in the New York metropolitan area who has traveled, our task force is encouraging you to monitor your temperature, be sensitive to symptoms, and we are asking anyone who has traveled out of the New York City metropolitan area to anywhere else in the country to self-isolate for 14 days. We have to deal with the New York City metropolitan area as a high-risk area. And for that reason, we're taking these steps and asking for the cooperation of the American people. Because of the spread in New York City, we will continue to surge resources. The President has described this. FEMA is coordinating with New York State for the arrival of the USS Comfort in just a matter of a few short weeks. Over the next 24 hours, more than 4,000 additional ventilators will be delivered to New York State as well. New York State has prioritized 3 alternative medical facilities, and at the President's direction, the Army Corps of Engineers is working on plans to build those facilities out. You've heard the President speak about the Javits Center, the addition of 1,000 beds, and we'll continue. I want the people of New York City and the greater New York City area to know that we're with you. We're going to continue to provide resources to support your state and local officials as they confront the spread of the coronavirus in that great city. On the subject of supplies, we had team meetings today at FEMA, which is working on identifying the critical personal protective equipment and ventilators. At this point, FEMA informs us today that they are distributing 7.6 million N95 respirator masks, more than 14 million surgical masks, and FEMA has already shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York, 36 pallets of personal protective equipment to the state of Washington. We'll be meeting again tonight. As you know, the President stood FEMA's National Response Center up, and they are in the lead for the approach to the coronavirus, which is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. and we'll continue to surge those resources and make sure that they're available. One last word, if I may. The President reflected on the response businesses around the country have brought to this moment. It truly is extraordinary. The President did initiate the Defense Production Act last week, but as the President has reflected many times, we will use the Defense Production Act if we need it to mandate production of critical supplies. But so far, no one has said no. And in fact, we see industry stepping up. The President mentioned Ford Motor Company working with 3M and GE Health to expand production of medical supplies. We heard that McDonald's is now offering curbside delivery to truckers who are unable to use the drive-through to pick up a Big Mac. And I spoke today, and the President spoke last week with Tim Cook of Apple, and at this moment in time, Apple went to their storehouses and is donating 9 million N95 masks to healthcare facilities all across the country and to the national stockpile. There is a level of generosity that I know is inspiring to the President and is truly inspiring to all of us who are working on the White House Coronavirus Task Force. The President's made it clear that he hopes in weeks, not months, to be able to open up the country. But let me make one last encouragement to every American. We will get to that day quicker if every American will put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for our nation. 15 days to slow the spread. If every American will do this, I have no doubt that we will slow the spread, we will protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you just reiterated that you hope to have the country reopened by Easter, and you said earlier you would like to see churches packed on that day. My question is, you have 2 doctors on stage with you. Have either of them told you that's a realistic timeline?
I think we're looking at a timeline. We're discussing it. We had a very good meeting today. If you add it all up, that's probably 9 days plus another 2.5 weeks. It's a period of time that's longer than the original 2 weeks. So we're going to look at it. We'll only do it if it's good, and maybe we do sections of the country. We do large sections of the country. There could be 2, but we're very much in touch with Tony and with Deborah on everything we're doing.
Who suggested
I
that
just thought it was a beautiful time. It'd be a beautiful time, a beautiful timeline. It's a great day. It was based on a certain level of weeks from the time we started, and it happened to arrive. Actually, we were thinking in terms of sooner. I'd love to see it come even sooner, but I just think it would be a beautiful timeline. John?
Mr. President, if you look at what we've just seen in the last day or so, you've seen the number of known coronavirus cases in the country double in just 2 days. Another 95 people have died just in the last 24 hours. New York's governor is saying this is spreading like a bullet train across the country, and the governor of Louisiana is saying that his state may not be able to handle the cases that they're facing by early April. So what are you seeing in all of this that leads you to think that we could reopen by Easter or even earlier?
Sure. We're working with all of them. We can be talking about large sections of our country, because there are sections of our country that you didn't talk about that are doing unbelievably well. They have very little incidence or problem, very small numbers. It's very possible that they won't be ever subject to what's happening in New York. New York is definitely a hot spot. There's no question about it. And you know what?
I'm sorry, y'all.
Help, and I think we're doing an incredible job. We're going to have the hospitals up quickly, the medical centers also quickly.
I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. Yeah, say something.
We have to see. We're going to look at that curve. We're going to see when it starts coming down. And we'll do the best job that can be done. John, please.
Question for you, Mr. President, Dr. Fauci, if we could. Just when looking at this idea of an Easter timeline, I don't know that's probably flexible. What are the metrics by which you will make the decision as to whether you can say, yes, we can open up this area of the country, or no, we can't open up that area? I mean, will you be looking at disease numbers? Will you be looking at possible containment, isolation?
I think we'll be looking at a lot of things. We'll also be looking again at very large portions of our country, and I will be guided very much by Dr. Fauci, and by Deborah, and by some of the other professionals that work with both of you, and we're going to see what will be. But that would certainly be, I think that's a goal that perhaps can happen, or at least for a very large portion of our country.
Since the president said you and Dr. Birx and others will be guiding him in making the decision, where are you now in this timeline of 19 days from now?
So I mean, that's really very flexible. We just had a conversation with the president in the old down things with.
Wait a minute. Something wrong. What happened? Hold on a second.
You see what's going on in a place like New York City. I mean
okay, so I can't type.
Public health practice and common sense. But the country is a big country, and there are areas of the country, and I refer to this in my opening remarks, that we really need to know more about what the penetrance is there. So if we do the kind of testing that we're doing, and testing will always be associated by identification, isolation, and contact tracing, and you find after a period of time that there are areas that are very different from other areas of the country, you may not want to essentially treat it as just one force for the entire country, but look at flexibility in different areas. So I think people might get the misinterpretation, you're just gonna lift everything up, and even somebody's going like that, that's not gonna happen. It's gonna be looking at the data. And what we don't have right now, that we really do need, is we need to know what's going on in those areas of the country where there isn't an obvious outbreak. Is there something underneath the surface that says, wait a minute, you better be careful and really clamp down? Or what looks there that you don't really have to be as harsh as you are in other areas. So it's looking at information that up to this point, John, we never had. So it's a flexible situation.
Was New York becoming more? Is New York becoming the epicenter?
Well, it certainly is by far if you call it hot, if you call it any word you want to use, it is at a level that I was speaking to Tony before. It's a level that no place else is close. It's very unfortunate. You know, one of the things that's happened that we've done, I think, a really good job on. I think that it's something special. What's happened is I learned from Dr. Birx a little while ago when she said, I learned it actually this afternoon, in 8 days, because we kept hearing about South Korea. They had a very tough time at the beginning, if you remember. In 8 days, we're doing more testing than they've done in 8 weeks. That's a tremendous turn. And with our testing, it's going exponentially. It's going up, up, up every day. So we're going to be able to do things with this very highly sophisticated testing. And it's also, the test itself is considered the best test. So on top of doing now more than anybody else, we have a very high quality test. That makes a big difference. It also makes a big difference even in terms of opening, because we're going to see those areas like the hot spots. But New York City definitely is a very hot spot.
Steve, when you talk about areas that you could open up, what specifically are you looking at? What states? Are you talking about out west?
Well, you can talk about the Farm Belt. Take a look at the Farm Belt. Take a look at areas out west. Look at big sections of Texas. I was talking to the great governor of Texas. They've done a fantastic job out there, but they have very big sections of Texas where, you know, it's like numerous states, frankly. But we can have large sections of, if we want to do it that way, we can have large sections of the country open. I think it's very important that we start moving on that and start thinking about it, because our country wants to be open. Our people want it to be open, and they're raring to go. And I think it's one of the reasons that we're going to have a tremendous bounce back. I think it's going to go very quickly. Also, I want to thank, while I'm here, I want to thank Larry for the job he's done, Steve Mnuchin for the job he's done. If you look at Peter Navarro, he's sort of doing different things. He's really, he's a force in terms of getting masks and getting all of the ventilators and all the things. He's been fantastic, Peter. But I also want to thank Congress, because whether or not we're happy that they haven't quite gotten there yet, they have been working the long hours. I'm talking Republicans and Democrats, all of them. The House, the Senate. I want to thank Congress because they are really trying to get there, and I think they will. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you very
ladies.
much.
Did
Thank
you
you.
give Governor Cuomo a heads up, Mr. President, about the quarantine for people who left New York? Did you give Governor Cuomo a heads up about quarantine?
We're talking to them.
You have celebrated for that. Mr. President.
Is it wise to pack churches on Easter?
Takes one person to contaminate a whole county.
Walked on the left. He ain't trying to hear that. He ain't trying to hear that. He walked on. I don't need to laugh, y'all. He left out. Yeah. All right, y'all. Here's the problem. Are we going to only do debit when we go to the market? Do we have to scan our own food now? Is somebody going to be there? We can only use the regular, we can't use the cashier. Because the cashier has to touch every item, right? She got to scan it. So are we only going to use self-checkout? And is somebody going to be there in gloves and a surgical mask to wipe down each checkout machine before each person uses it? Now I said his relationship with the press is not good. I'm asking y'all, is this what we have to do? How are we going to pay cash? You got to take somebody's dirty money. What if you got the exact change? The cashier has to, and then they touch the money, and then they get them that change, and now, you understand what I'm saying? He's talking about getting the numbers down. We need to get the numbers knocked out. Well, we got them down. This is why I say, when I say there's no concern for human life. Never once did he say eliminate it. He said get the numbers down. So it's okay for people to still walk around with it and die as long as it's not a lot. Liz said the cashiers are wearing gloves. Yeah, they had to change them every person. Because them gloves get contaminated, they go right to the next person. The cashier protected, but you in line, you ain't. They got to touch every one of your food items. They have to touch every one of your food items. So they can go ahead and deal with somebody. The person behind you can have it. Person in front of you can have it. And then they start touching your food. The driver says he swings his cell phone. Well, that helps. Still don't have the fact that suppose he got it, or suppose you got it, and give it to him. He gonna help the next person. And now all three of y'all got it, and so forth and so forth. It only take one. That's what makes this so crazy. It only takes one. Getting the numbers down is not eliminating it. We need to eliminate this. The only answer is a cure. How many people are going to die before we get a cure? How many people died from the Spanish flu? Until we got a cure. How many people died from MERS? How many people died from SARS? How many people died from N1H1? How many people died from the bubonic plague before we got a cure? We need a cure. You are still in danger. You are still in danger until they have a cure. And the cure got to be affordable. Because if it's expensive, then most people the poor people are not going to get it. The poor people is going to be the people that's working at your McDonald's making your food. You know, when you get your French fries, they grab the back of the carton and put it on your tray or put it in your bag. The driver says BD Amazon is not safe right now. Amazon is backed up. I wouldn't eat food with Amazon. We was looking on Amazon today. They talking about the best date was the 30th. The worst was in April on Prime. Yo, when you go to the grocery store, you don't know who touched or sneezed. Naya's right. Oh, I messed up. Doggone it. Go back. I messed up. We're going to lose it if we do. Okay. We still have to close it. All right. Live chat. Pop out the chat. We still going to lose it. Now, where's the link? There it is. All right, y'all, this is from Naya.
Centrum helps support your immune system with vitamin C.
Oops.
Money Matters this morning. UPS will use its trucks and delivery expertise to help speed up virus testing. And Costco is banning some of the returns people are making.
Jane King joins us live from the NASDAQ with those stories and more in this morning's Money Matters report. Good morning, Jane.
Hi, Bruce and Melanie. Good morning. Yes, some Costco stores reportedly are banning things like soap and rice as people panic buy amid coronavirus fears. So stores are running out of some of those items. Now, 3 employees at different Costco warehouses in the Northeast, Texas, and Illinois told Business Insider that their stores had recently implemented this policy to reject returns on items that are in high demand. Well, Nielsen says sales of dry beans increased 63% for the week ending March 7th. Sales of rice up 57% that week. Sales of powdered milk products were up 126%. Nielsen notes consumers seeking non-perishable items. Sales of fresh fruit and vegetables actually declined that week. Well, Amazon has halted its Prime Pantry delivery service in the U.S. to restock groceries following a surge of online orders. That service sells non-perishable things, so cereals, soaps. It's seen huge demand, as you can imagine, lately. And the federal government has asked United Parcel Service to join in its fight against the coronavirus. UPS will be picking up test kits from providers and then shipping them to the community testing sites. UPS will additionally collect samples and ship them to the labs. It will also hold inventory if space is an issue. Live from the NASDAQ market site, I'm Jane King. Back to you, Bruce and Melanie.
Thank you, Jane.
It ain't getting no easier. Well, they shouldn't have ordered it. Chicken noodle soup, y'all. I thought we only had one left. We had two left. So, yeah. Probably have one doing tomorrow's show. Well, we saw the numbers. As more and more people get tested, the numbers are going to go more and more up. So the people, yeah, you got to be sure when you get something, hurry up and throw the box away, tear it up, put it in the trash, or if it come in the pouch, tear it up, put it in the trash, go right to the sink, wash your hands, and wash the product. I gotta ask you a question, Naya. You said some are attempting to return items for much needed cash. Then why did they buy all them items? I'm just asking the question. Because you still gonna need them. I'm gonna do my darndest. To try to make it on what I got. But I don't think it's gonna be tight. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, what are you doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey. We still got 10 days. Oh, I haven't even checked the mail today. I ain't expecting nothing. There ain't no excuse not to look, I guess. I'll go look in a minute. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. What if the mail carriers have it? That's why you gotta wash your stuff off. I'm getting ready to go check the mailbox now. I'm not gonna touch my nose, face, or mouth. I'm gonna get the letters, if it's any, close it back up, come right back in the house. If it's any packages, which I doubt, I'm gonna go ahead and rinse them off. If it's mail not for me, I'm gonna put it on top of the mailbox. The wind blow it away too bad. Naya said junk mail. Junk mail, I don't even bring it in the house. Liz said, I've been waiting to even check my mail. Well, Liz, if you don't live in a good neighborhood, if somebody see you not getting your mail, they're gonna think you on vacation. They might come over in your house. The thing is, driver, you don't know. You gotta treat everything. Everything. You can't take nothing for granted. You can't take anything for granted. If possible, try not to eat out. If you do eat out, Try to get fast food. And when I say that, I mean fast food, because all you gotta do is hand them your card, let them swipe it, and when they give it back to you, clean the card off. Get your bag, put it on the seat of the car, use a little bit of hand sanitizer, wipe the bottom before you sit it down, try to wipe the sides of the bag, and then when you get home, get some clean plates, put the food on the plates, make sure that the boxes never touch. You know, if you got hamburgers or whatever, or fries, make sure the boxes never touch the plate, and immediately dispose of them. Immediately dispose of them. Liz said she live in a good neighborhood. That was a good neighborhood. Those 3 videos we looked at where somebody came by and took the packages. That one woman, that was a posh neighborhood. She got caught taking that package. They caught her on videotape. But that's why I say this is living in fear. We need to be, honestly, have these restrictions until a cure is found. Let's say we can get New York down to 500 cases. Let's say we can get the rest of the country down to 20 cases. And they say, okay, everybody come back out. Somebody gonna travel. And before you know it, them 5 cases is now 20. Them 20 cases is now 100. That's how fast it is. You know, that's how fast it is. Now I said I'll leave boxes in the garage and they never make it into the house. Churches are closed. They gotta close. People can't be sitting in them pews all packed in there like that. Now he said, yes, Liz, same here. However, the wicked will attempt to divide our safe space. Especially if people need money now because they bought all that stuff. You know, I'm sort of mad at myself. The money y'all gave me, I still got $3 left. I should have went back and spent that $3. I'm tempted to go get some tuna fish. I'm down on my last can. I'm tempted. That'd be petty to ride to the market with $3. That'd be petty. All right now, we can't go over $3 now. Them English muffins are good. I'm gonna load up on them on the 3rd. I think I'm gonna get like 5 packs of them. Put them in the freezer. Oh yeah, them English muffins are good. When I used to go to Denny's, I used to get the English muffins, steak and eggs, English muffin, and grits. That's resulted. Liz said, I get fussed out for leaving my car doors unlocked at night. Nowhere is it safe these days, you're right. Like I said, we had cameras as well as gates. They managed to penetrate for evil doings. You don't like English muffins? I like them better than bagels. Maybe it's because I'm older. We ain't had bagels back in the day. I like the English muffin. And they don't cost that much. It's only like $3.50. And you actually get three meals out of them. Because it's the top and the bottom, top and the bottom, top and the bottom, top and the bottom, and then the top and the bottom, top and the bottom. So that's 4, 8, 12. So that's 12. So that's another 3 meals. That's all that'll fit in the pan. It's 4. You put a little, you grease the pan with a little bit of butter. You put the bottoms in. Then you put a little bit of butter. I got the fake butter. So don't even start. I got this, what they call it, sprayed. I ain't got the real butter. I got the fake butter. Then you put some butter while it's cooking on one side. You put butter on the inside in those nooks and crannies. Take the fork and you put them in, or if you got a knife. Then you flip them at the minute. And then you kind of like circle it around to make sure that the whole thing get buttered. You take them out, you put them on a plate. Then you put the jelly on, and you're good to go. Like I said, you had to chew them forever. Liz said, I just can't get with bagels. My husband loves them. They're okay, but I like the, some people like to put the cream cheese on them. As long as it's jelly, I can get with it. But the day coming, I'm going to make my tuna fish the right way. I'm going to have eggs. I ain't got no pot, so I'm going to have to fry them. I'm going to have to scramble them and then break them up, put them in there with the tuna fish, put the mayonnaise, put the fake mayonnaise in there, put the fake relish in there. And I'm still scared to get the onions. I ain't gonna lie. I'm scared to get produce. That's the only thing that's missing is the onions. Listen, he also put butter on his sandwiches, which is gross to me. The only time, I can tell you something. If you get some bread, you butter it, put 2 in the pot, and then you butter the other side, flip it over, and then fry that part. Take it out, put some more butter in, do your eggs, take the eggs. If you got bacon or sausage, put that in next. Make you a bacon, egg, and cheese sausage sandwich. You ain't gotta go to McDonald's, you can do it yourself, and it's good. The only thing missing is, no salt and pepper. That's the only thing. No salt and pepper. He'll make a turkey and cheese sandwich in that butter. Ew. Nasty. Liz said, I am accustomed to not eating bread. I forgot. Liz said, left her loud. She said, I use it when we did order out. I would get a chicken breast and make a sandwich out of it. I'm not much on that anymore. I have a job to do when I get off of here. Ain't no rush. I ain't got nowhere to go. But I gotta figure out how to tie. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna tie that thing on the handle of the scooter. It's not gonna be easy. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't I got some, wait a minute. I don't know what I did with it. Hold on, I got some glue. But what could I glue it to? I'm trying to think of if I could glue it to the dashboard. Hold on. I don't want to block the lights. Can I glue it? How the bottom look? Oh, it's gonna block the lights. What about? It's not enough room. If it was enough room, I could glue it. What about here? I think I can glue it to this. Okay, and then that way it won't damage the scooter. But I don't know if I wanted it to sit right there. I could move that to over here. Okay. Don't you hate when you have something and then you look at it and you ain't got no use for it, and then you need it and then you can't find it? Don't y'all hate that? Here it is. Do I got enough left? It's not a lot in there, but I might can make it work. Okay. I'm gonna tie it down and then I'm gonna glue it. Oh. All right, wait, y'all in the chat. He said, "What's the name of the bread again?" Liz said, "The bread is tiny. I just received my shipment of it. It's nice to have." Solar, Naya. If we order out, I request the sandwich without the bun of bread. Naya said, "Thank you, Liz. I will look for it." Liz said, "Yes, same here, Naya." Liz said, "If you decide to order, I would not suggest putting it in the freezer. You can either order 2 loaves or 3. I put the second loaf in the freezer and it just didn't taste the same." Yeah, I got news for you. Just like I had to make myself learn how to eat microwave chicken. When you fry it, it's good, but then when you put it in the refrigerator or you put it in the microwave, it don't taste the same. I had to train myself to eat it. Just like when I got over here last night, I went in there, I floured the chicken, I cleaned the pan, put the canola oil in there, waited till I heard it crackling, and then I put the legs in there, and then I made a can of tuna fish. I put that in a bowl, and I added the fake mayonnaise and the fake jelly. The fake mayonnaise and the fake relish. Then I went, sat down, watched a little bit of the wrestling, turned it over, came back, ate the rest of it, turned it over, took the chicken out, and now that we got 200 napkins, put the napkins on the plate. It's always, if you want to catch the grease real good, it's best to use 3 napkins because they're kind of thick. Take 2 and cover the whole plate, and then take 1 and spread it across. So use 3, and then you can put the chicken on there, and the plate won't be greasy. no sodium, low sugar, or no sugar. I call it fake mayo. If it ain't the regular, it's fake. Yeah, I call it fake. Fake or diabetic approved, or I try to buy stuff that's sugar free. The only thing I get with sugar in it is if I get the Tasty Cake Crippets. I love them to death. Or if I get some cookies, never both at the same time. Or what else I get with sugar in it? The applesauce has sugar in it. And when I make the stir fry, I try to get the low sodium. And if I can find, if they got the sugar free on sale, because I know I gotta have a little bit of sugar in there. And that's why I said when I do my stir fry, the only sugar is it's sitting in the sauce, because I don't add anything. If there ain't no sugar in the cheese, I add the ground beef or turkey ground beef. You fry that, put it on the plate. Then you take the sauce. You put the sauce in the pot. And then you put the veggies in there and you stir them up and let them simmer. And then when they cook, you take them out, you put them on top. Then you put some more sauce on top of the hot veggies. And then you put the cheese on top. Yeah? That's what I call a pizza stir fry. It's good too. Artificial, fake, whatever y'all want to say. I try to find the cheapest one that they got the less crap in it. And you just pretend. You know, you just pretend. You pretend it's real. I still haven't tried cooking French fries yet. Now in the restaurant I can cook them. With the deep fryer. But I've never cooked them in a frying pan. I have yet to learn. When I learn how to cook French fries, oh, watch out. Because my old writer is going to be all righter. My old writer is all righter. She. I like my fries light golden brown. I don't like them hard, and I don't like them soft. And then you put the fake ketchup on there, and you try to pretend. You know, it's just a lot of. All right, Liz, next time I go to the market, Liz, remind me about the Himalayan salt. I still got some of that Mrs. Dash in there y'all gave me. That stuff is nasty. It was one day that I had forgot to get the season off. I went to the market and I had got some chicken legs. Man, I had to throw the chicken away. I couldn't do it. Season on me, chicken. It don't smell right. It don't taste right. I couldn't eat it. You never been a fan of French fries? Well, like I said, I can't put no salt and pepper on them, so that's why, unless I like order something, if I order something, I'll get some French fries, but that's the only time I do. I ain't ordered in a long time. But that's the only time I get French fries. I'll go to McDonald's. I've been at McDonald's, 2 times? How many times you been? Twice. I've been to McDonald's twice since 2017. We went to Wendy's once. That was a disaster. And we went to Popeyes once. We actually went twice, but I didn't go in. It was so many hooligans in there. I didn't even feel like going in. I knew I was going to get into a fight. That's why I was like, I was like, we'll hit the market. So I went to the market instead. Liz said she wasn't a fan of Fred or even for my dad. You don't like pizza? I like pizza. It's the healthier version. Liz got it. That's the fake version. The fake stuff. I call it the fake stuff. It ain't real. It ain't got no sugar and no salt in it. It's fake. Is that the truth? Yep. Reduced sugar is fake. I'm sick of this grape Hawaiian punch. I'm sorry, this fake grape Hawaiian punch. I'm sick of it. I still got another box of it. I'm gonna make myself drink it though. Because I'm glad to have it. Yeah, the A&W is the joint. I only got 3 of the packets left. I don't know. I'm the type of person, like if I get a hot dog, I'll take half of the hot dog off and put the other half in the center of the bun and then put the ketchup and mustard on there and relish if you got it. And then I'll eat it and then I'll eat the piece of meat. If I'm eating a hamburger, like say it's a Big Mac, I'll take the one on the top off. I'll take that and then layer under it. Then I'll put the bun on top of the first one, and I'll sit there and I'll eat. It look like a $1 cheeseburger with a sesame seed bun on top. So I take the Big Mac and it wind up being like that, and I eat it, and then I'll eat the part in the middle. I'll eat that with the bun. I don't know how I do that. If I'm eating the pizza, like say I got 3 slices of pizza, I'll take the cheese off of one and just eat it regular. And then the crust, you know, you had the butter. You dip the crust in the fake butter. Gotta be the artificial, whatever you want to call it. And then you eat it like that. And then you eat the cheese. I don't know why I don't like that. I just don't know. It make it last longer. I think you do it that way. Believe it or not, they got fake cigarettes. I'm waiting on my fake nicotine pouches, Naya. That's what I hurry up and ordered when the woman said she was gonna ask the money. It was still 10 something left on the card because she had just she had donated $10 before she got drunk. And I found this place. It's samples, but you get 32 for $5, and it's like $4 or $5 for 20, and it's like it's 8 different kinds, so you can decide what you want. Now you're probably saying, well, why would you need 8 different kinds? So I ordered two different. I ain't ordered them in the same. I ordered them separately, but I ordered two different. So I got 32 and 32, whatever that is, 64 coming. And they are nicotine free and tobacco free. It's called Back Off. And if I can get, I'm hoping I like them, because if I can get off of that, and they're only $3 a can. If I can get on that, then I'll be totally nicotine and tobacco free. And I will have beat my addiction. So, I'm in the game fighting. We in here fighting. I'm in the game fighting. I was going to surprise y'all one day. Somebody was going to say, but you still using nicotine. I was going to say, no, I'm not. Hold on. Now, this is for people. Now, if y'all notice that they got coffee, wintergreen, peach, mint, and straight. So, I got the free samples. See that? $4.99? I'm just paying for the shipping and handling. And it's 2 in each one. So it's 12 different flavors. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Let me go down to the reviews. Okay, somebody said, how many packs is an individual pack? There are 2 pouches in each pack, and there are 16. Wait a minute. The sample packs have 2 pouches in each one. So how many do you get? How many different flavors was it? And then, okay. All right, you get energized wintergreen, extra wintergreen, classic wintergreen, original wintergreen, original fine cut, energized original, original rough cut, classic mint pouches, classic natural, classic straight, smooth peach, classic apple. So it's 2 of each one. How many of them was it? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 2 in each pack, so that's 24. Okay, so it's only 24. And I ordered 2 of them I ordered them 2 different times. You only got to pay the shipping and handling. So that's still $24, and you get different kinds. These cost $3.75, and these cost $4 or something, and you only get 15 in there, and you get 20 in there. So but like I said, they are nicotine and tobacco free. Now what I'm using now is tobacco free, but it still has instead of having something in your hand and doing like this, right? You train yourself to have something in your mouth, and you do something else with your hand. I was getting tired of the gum because I got tired of chewing like a cow. Now, these you just put in your upper lip. So you got something sitting there, and you know. But these are made out of tea leaves. But they make them taste like it got nicotine in them, but they don't. They make it taste like. So you actually, you know, if you notice that they drain the nicotine out the tobacco leaf, but don't give you the leaf. Burning the leaves is what gives you the flavor and satisfaction, and you inhale the nicotine through the filter. So you have to get rid of the first part, which is you used to the daggone leaves. So we've been over 3 years free of the leaves, but we haven't been free of the nicotine. And if I can get myself used to those, then I'll be nicotine free. And like I said, it looked like it. It tastes like it. So the same way I got to get used to the fake ketchup, I got used to the sugar-free soda. As long as I have something to keep me occupied, I should be all right. I just won't tell myself. I'll keep acting like it still has the nicotine in there, but it won't. It's reviews on YouTube. I don't want to get flagged, but it's called Back Off. That's what it's called, Back Off. These weren't invented for smokers. They were invented for people that chew snuff. Like baseball players, people that actually chew stuff, that chew snuff. And then people wanted to quit snuff, and that's when they started making it. if you put nicotine pouches in on Amazon or eBay, the real ones don't come up. That's something y'all asked me, didn't I order something? You can't get the real stuff on Amazon or eBay. They won't sell it for some reason. At my worst, a pack and a half. But a lot of the times, it will burn in the ashtray. You know, you play the video game, it be in the ashtray, you know. Be on the computer, it be in the ashtray. You know, you driving, you got your hand out the window. Every once in a while, you might take a puff, hand out the window. So, you know, So, you know, when you're alone a lot, you know, it just gives you something to do. That's why I think a lot of people, those are the people that have the hardest time. When you're doing it just to have something to do, and it becomes part of your life. Before you know, taking a number 2, that was the hardest part. But I light an incense and take it in the bathroom, and it's a good simulation. You know, it's like a simulation. That's why I say if I could make myself think that it's in there, that's a psychological. But I'll have something physically that looks like it, that tastes like it. I'll make myself believe. That's what it is. Body get used to it. And as your body craves it, you'll keep taking that. Mentally, you're done. Your body might moan and groan, but mentally, you're done. So that's why I said, you know, like I said, I won't be taking any drugs, and it ain't nothing but tea leaves. The FDA say that all the ingredients are natural and not harmful, so that's what I say. So I still have something to do. Hey, Ricky Bobby. Wait, where you been at, stranger? So that's what I said. When I can get myself used to that, then I have beat it. Like I said, it wasn't designed for people that wanted to quit smoking. It's designed for people who wanted to keep to stop chewing snuff. You seen them people, they take a handful of that tobacco and put it in their mouth and they chew on it, and then they be spitting. You say you've been around the world. I sure hope you didn't get the COVID-19. COVID. No, wait a minute, COVID-19. During these times, it's best to stay in the house. Tell you one thing, I'm glad I don't live in Italy. Italy is rough right now. Italy, China. My stepfather's sister lived in New York, and me and her son got along so well. that I used to stay the summers up there. And I used to say, why don't we move to New York? My mother would say, it's a nice place to visit, but you wouldn't want to live there. And thank you, Ma, because I'd be in New York right now. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Thank you. She. Ricky Bobby says, people like me, I like to dip the back up. I couldn't imagine. I can tell you, as soon as the flavor go out of these, I'm ready to toss it. I make myself keep it though. See, this is the pouch. But these are white pouches. The ones I'm getting, they're gonna be brown, and they're gonna look just like the tobacco leaf plant. So I haven't tried them yet. I looked online and people say that they're pretty good, that they can't tell a difference. So, but hey, Ricky, since you say you mess around with it, I see the guys in the videos, they be doing like this before they put it in their mouth. What's the purpose of doing this? They would just be doing that. And like I say, these are dry. The ones I'm waiting on that don't have nothing in them, they supposed to be moist. So I'm curious. You just put it in. What I like about it is I'm not smacking. I got tired of y'all saying, oh, you keep smacking. Yeah, we doing good. So far, we all CV free. Like, I'm free, CV free. Ricky Bobby said, that way you keep it in one spot, my friend. Some people lick it or spit on the first. Oh, Lord. Well, that's what I'm getting. I'm getting the back off. I'm waiting on it to come in the mail. I ordered the other day. Wait a minute, did I spell it right? There it is. They make two versions. They make the pouches and they make the dip. See, the pouches. See how they brown? The one I showed you was white. So you got the pouches, you got the fine cut, you got the energized. I hope they send me all pouches because I don't want no daggone, I don't want to be doing no chewing. Let me do something real quick. A tobacco-free dip that actually satisfies. Nearly 25 years ago, Back Off became the first realistic mint snuff to enter the market. Since then, we've continued to expand our flavor line to continue to bring you the highest quality herbal snuff, tea grind pouches, and coffee chew on the market. We are a small family-owned business out of Selma, Alabama. We manufacture all of our product in-house. Is that a video? Well, let's check out the video.
Does that look like tobacco? Yes. Does it taste like tobacco? Yes. Do you doubt that? Well, try it. You know, all you can do is say, well, it's not for me.
My father was a farmer and was a dipper, and he needed to get out of farming, and he needed to quit dipping. And so he invented Back Off. My name's Anna Ralston, and Back Off is my family's company. I never thought I'd be involved with the family company.
You talking about move up.
We
canned it in the summers. So always knew back off. My dad started it right around the time that I was born. But I thought it smelled funny and I didn't like having to work.
The reason I started this company was because of farming, because I was a farmer and went broke. So I had kids and I had family and I needed something to do, and 100% dove into the development of Back Off.
My daily duties at Back Off are to keep money in the bank, pay the bills, and make sure we have enough money to do it. That's the most important thing I do, to keep an eye on those things. After 26 years, Back Off remains the best on the market because we are committed to giving dippers everything they love about dipping without any of the harmful side effects.
Back Off is a healthy alternative for smokeless tobacco. And so many people are successful getting off tobacco and just swapping over to this. And so they don't actually have to go through that awful changing, from tobacco to gum, which is a nightmare.
Back Off is 100% made right here, Selma, Alabama, USA, by my family.
I'm very proud to be able to offer economically disadvantaged area the opportunity for people to be employed. Unlike many companies, I think we are able to bring in people that never realized that they had the potential to become supervisors and see them grow in that.
I don't know that I could have made it without them. I don't know that I would be standing here speaking to you right now if it wasn't for the Ralstons and just the love that they have for people. Russell is, he's like a dad that I wish I had.
Our team is really more like a family. We're for each other in work and outside of work, and I wouldn't want to work.
All right. Let me check the chat. I that's what I ordered. I ordered the free samples. I'm getting each flavor. Naya said that could have bought 10 cans of tuna. Naya, I had to hurry up and do something. I ordered that while I was live, while she was fussing. Remember I had blocked the screen? I hurried up and I just typed in nicotine pouches. I just went on this order, the first thing I saw. It just so happened that I ordered something that was great. If this get me off nicotine, it's a blessing. I'm gonna have to make a video and thank her. It's also gonna save money. Boogie Bobby say it's addicting. I tried to quit, but I end up coming back. Boogie Bobby say I go through 50 packs of chewing gum in 2 days, going through withdrawals. The one he does has nicotine. The one I ordered doesn't. What I got in my mouth now has nicotine. But what I ordered with the money that she had just donated, that is on the way. That's why I said, if I can get hooked on that, I'm good. I'll be clean. So I still get to have something to keep me occupied without, it's called Back Off, BACCOFF, Back Off. It's on Amazon. I just didn't get it because now I ordered it not knowing what it was. But I said, hey, I knew what this was because I seen it on Amazon. I don't think it was called Back Off though. But I know it's something smoky green, wintergreen, something. See, when you put in nicotine pouches on Amazon, See, you see coffee grinds. You see Smoky Mountain. That's it, Smoky Mountain. It's the pouches, but it's nicotine free and tobacco free. Now, this Lounge is a tablet. It has 4 milligrams of nicotine in it. So that got real nicotine. This is nicotine free. It includes turmeric root powder and baking soda. This has nicotine in it. See, it says 4 milligrams. That's the Smoky Mountain again. That's 10 cans though. Here's the peach. The guy in the review said that the peach is really good, so I get to try it out. Now you see they got $7.99 a can, but if you go to the site, it's only $2.99 a can. So cool. Like I said, it's just a little pouches, you know. You have to take it out. See, I got a white one, but this got real nicotine in it. That one don't. So I can't wait for it to get here. That's gonna save me a lot of money. And here's the best part. If I don't like it, I'm gonna still use it. I'm hoping I don't like it. That's what I'm hoping. But I'm still gonna use it. Naya says, hey, Ricky, this could work for you. Naya says, Selma, Alabama, home of Bloody Sunday. Ricky Bobby said he Googling it now. Yeah, because they do offer the long cut. They got the long cut, the fine cut. I know y'all ladies don't know what we talking about. I get the pouches. Right? But he actually does the real tobacco. They grind them up, but it's not really grinded. The cigarettes is real thin, and they put the paper around there with the filter and you smoke it. He actually gets that stuff that you see in the cigarette. He gets it not dried, but in its natural form. So it's like a plant. It's the tobacco plant. You know? And he take it and put it in his mouth, put a hunk in his mouth, and be like, yee-hee, and then he be spitting, pa-toom, pa-toom. He be spitting it. Nicorette too expensive. Nicorette is the best chewing gum. It's too expensive. Nicorette is expensive. It's $30 for you can get a hundred pieces for between $30 and $40 depending on where you go. Really expensive. Nicorette is expensive. But I'm trying to get off the nicotine. The nicotine, you know, you get that craving. So I'm not taking in no The nicotine is addictive, but the real damage is in the rest of the plant when you burn it. They say it's over 10,000 chemicals in the nicotine plant, including formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is what they embalm the dead bodies with to help them stay fresh before the funeral. The formaldehyde keep you from rotting. And when you light it, just like when you burn something, it's carbon monoxide. But just like, you know, when it's a fire and you smell that smell, it's the same thing when you're smoking a cigarette. It damages your lungs. This doesn't do anything to my lungs. I ain't gotta worry about hitting the floor. It don't do nothing to your heart. They got one that's made out of coffee grinds. I don't know if I want to try that because I don't want to get hooked on caffeine. I don't want to be all jittery. But I admit it. I'd rather be hooked on caffeine than nicotine. But like I said, the chemicals is in the leaf. The leaf is the most dangerous part. The one I'm chewing now, they drain the nicotine out the leaf. They actually squeeze the nicotine out the leaf. And so I'm not eating it, I'm not smoking it. You know, I just have the nicotine. But the nicotine is what's addictive. Your body gets used to the nicotine. Whether you're smoking a cigar, a cigarette, a black and mild. Even if you're smoking what you call it? Even if you're vaping, it's nicotine in the vape. So they saying you're not burning, you know, the plant, but you're still burning the other chemicals that's in there with the nicotine. And so that's why some people get damaged by it. They say it's supposed to be safe for the vape, but it's also, it can damage you because you're still inhaling stuff. So that's what I like about it. I ain't inhale nothing. But like I said, if I get on that, then I'm free. Like I said, when you ain't talking, it lasts a long time because it don't move. You just put it and let it sit there, and then every once in a while, you know, the warmth of your mouth a little bit seep out. And it lasts a long time. But when you're talking, it keep moving around, and sometimes you swallow it. You don't want to swallow, you want to hold it. You know, you just want to hold it and just let it sit there, and it go into your gums, pick it up, and it go into your bloodstream, so you don't have to I just can't imagine taking a big old clump. I don't know if anybody, tobacco plant tastes nasty. I don't know how they do it. My grandmother used to chew snuff. It was the one that come in the little red can, and they got the crown on top. I remember because I had to go get it for a couple times when I was little. See, back in the 70s, you could go get tobacco products for your parents. or grandparents or great grandparents. Can't do that now. It's just give you something to do. Just like right now, now Naya, you watch more than anybody. When you see me with the keyboard, don't you keep seeing me trying to find something to do with my hand? Be honest. Think about when you see me had a keyboard out. I normally play with this hand. Be honest now, I normally play with this hand. You know why? There was always a cigarette in this one. And you'll see me sometimes and my hand be down here, be up here, because there ain't no place for nothing for my hand to do. Yeah. I'm serious. That's why I say you have to get used to not having something in your hand. It'd be like, you know, if you ever got on a bus and you got a bus pass. I mean, you had to transfer to another bus, and so they give you a transfer. You had that transfer in your hand, and you know you're not gonna be able to go on the next bus unless you got it. When you get on the next bus, you get that driver to transfer. He lets you on. You sitting there every once in a while, your hand will do like this because you used to holding that transfer. Or even if you go to the amusement park and you buy some tickets and you're going to go and you waiting in a long line to get on a roller coaster, you got the tickets in your hand. In the old days, we had the tickets. And nowadays, they stamp your hand. So they can look at the stamp and they say, all right, go ahead and get on. But back then, you had to have a ticket. You ain't have a ticket, you can't go on the ride. And so you be sitting there holding it in your hand, standing in a long line. When it's your turn, when you give it to the man, you go on the roller coaster, your hand be like, where the ticket at? That's what it's like. Your body be like, you know, where is it? That's why some people say they get a Rubik's Cube. Some people choose sunflower seeds. Because you're doing sunflower seeds, you're doing something with your hand. You play the Rubik's Cube, you're doing something with your hand. That's probably why I can stream for so long, because you had to keep using the mouse to run everything. And so I'm using my hands. That's how I got so good with the computer. I had to find something to do with my hands. A couple of the new songs we did, I used two hands on them. 25 years ago, I would have never played the keyboard with two hands. But nah. But you're right though, as far as the gum go, Nicorette is the best, but it's expensive. I love it, but it's expensive. And it lasts longer too. The other kinds, you know, but you know, if I can get 96 pieces of that, what is it, the Paw Patrol, if you can get 96 pieces or 105 for like 19, why pay 30 something for 100 of the regular Nicorette? If you can find somebody in America that got the 105 box, you might can get that in an auction for about 21. You might can get that in an auction for about 21. But I know if I go to Walgreens right now and try to buy a box of just 20 pieces of gum for Nicorette, you're gonna pay like $14.95 for just 20 pieces. If you get 100 pieces, it's 40 something. So too expensive for my blood. It's too expensive. But like I said, like right now, I'm talking to you, and you don't hear me going, you don't hear me smacking, because bada bing. Now, in hindsight, if I could do it again, if I didn't know at the time you could order tuna fish online. If I known at the time I could order tuna fish online, that's what I would have typed in. I would have got some tuna fish, or I would have got some English muffins in order. I ain't think of it. But I'm not mad, I'm glad. Because, like I said, after a while, the body is going to forget about the nicotine. You know, you'll have your withdrawals at first, but I'll just keep taking one of them. And eventually, your body forgets. Now, if you take it again, it's going to remember. Just like an alcoholic. If an alcoholic was drinking Long Island iced teas, if they start getting Long Island iced teas and say, don't put the alcohol in there, just give me the Long Island iced tea without the alcohol, they're going to crave and they're going to go through the withdrawal symptoms. They're going to be irritable and, cranky. And after a while, the body will forget. But if he get one with the alcohol in there, it start all over again. The body remembers. That's why it's so hard. Because the alcoholic can say, well, I ain't had a drink in a year. So everybody drinking at Christmas, let me go have a glass of wine. Next thing you know, they're at the bar the next day. So that's the problem. Next thing you know, they're at the bar the next day. Because the body, it's like that saying, you can forgive, but don't forget. Your body will forgive you after you go through withdrawal symptoms, but it don't forget. It always remembers. That's what makes it so hard to stop doing. But as soon as you start, it's like riding a bike. You can not ride a bike for years. And then somebody say, hey, you got to ride a bike. Okay, and then it take you a couple seconds to get your balance. And then you gone. I can tell you, I was never good at riding a bike. I didn't even learn until I was like 13. And then after that, I didn't get on another bike until I was 27. And after that, I didn't get on the bike again until this year. No, last year. Last year when we got the WitchCon. My biggest fear is that I was going to fall and everybody was going to see me. That's how, wait a minute. I don't fool these people. If I fall, I just fall. Yeah, it is pricey. That's why I'm gonna tell you something. When I was on the Medicaid, they paid for it, and I would get a box of 100, and it would last off. The Nicorette was good, but when I got on Medicaid, they were like, "Well, you got to kick out. Medicaid won't pay for it. If Medicaid paid for it, I'd be good. I wouldn't have to worry about it. And I tell you, and like I told you, the gum I buy from the girl, that stuff is really useless, to be honest with you. But I know that she dependent on that $10 that I give her for the box. I be seeing that box on eBay for like $20, so I go ahead and but if everything go well, she gonna have to find somebody else. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I never. Why y'all ain't never mentioned that? I never thought about that. Ordering food. Shoot. If I order food, most of our trips to the market. What I say? I said with some music on top on it. Yeah, come. Hold on, y'all. Still pays off some music or something. When you're diabetic, sometimes you got to go. But yeah, Naya, it's gonna save me a lot of money. With the $10 from the girl, I was probably spending $40 a month. So what I'm gonna do is, first of all, I hope I hate it. That's the best thing in the world. If I don't like it, that's the best thing in the world. That's the best thing for me, not to like it. You wouldn't believe it. When I'm live streaming, that's when I chew the most. Y'all wouldn't believe it. When I'm live streaming. So I hope I hate it, but I'm gonna use it anyway. I'm gonna make myself like it, and if I don't like it, I'm gonna do it less. But like I say, when them cravings come, I pop one in and go about my business because okay, I gave you what you wanted. There you go. Now the body can whine all they want. Hey, I gave you what you wanted, and pretty soon the body ain't gonna want it. It'll forget, and they'll get used to this. And it's nothing but tea leaves, so hey. And it's already used to it because it's tea leaves in this. So I'm already used to the tea leaves. So I'm really interested to see what it's gonna be like. They gave me a tracking number for the stuff, but they gave me a tracking number. But every time I put it in, it don't show nothing. Hear me. I mean, he's right there where I had to go. You was right there where I had to go. Let me see here. All inboxes. We got scrolled all the way down. Get the tracking number. Come on, show something. It says status not available. It says status not available. I'm gonna run to the mailbox real quick. I ain't waiting on nothing, but something just telling me to go. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me a couple minutes here. 6,000 people got their families mourning them in front of the church steeple. The coronavirus. All right, y'all, I'm back. Hey. No, I ran to the mechanic. Talked to him for a minute. I kept my distance though. I kept my distance. No, he said, I told y'all, he got a tow truck, and he was making money, bringing cars, you know, to the auction that didn't run, and repoing people. He says, can't do no repos because he don't know who was in the car. Now, he said he can't go to the auctions. It's messing with his income. I called him Trump. I said, you worrying about the money, you worrying about being alive. You more worried about the money, you more worried about being alive. I turned the music off and we lost 4 people. Did I turn the music back on? I turned the music off. We lost 4 people. Should I turn the music back on? I'm serious. Should I turn the music back on? Like I said, the driver said, just got a call from one of my friends, has the virus. He had a fever of 106. Oh, Lord. I'm showing 3 on the phone. All right. Alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine, and mental disorders. Alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine are the most widely consumed psychotropic drugs worldwide. They are largely consumed by normal individuals, but their use is even more frequent in psychiatric patients. Thus, patients with schizophrenia tend to abuse all 3 substances. The interrelationships between depression and alcohol are complex. These drugs can all create dependence, as understood in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Alcohol abuse is clearly deleterious to the brain, provoking acute and chronic mental disorders, ranging from intoxication with impairment of cognition to delirium tremens, hallucinations, and dementia. In contrast, the main health consequences of nicotine, notably cancer and cardiovascular disease, lie outside the realm of psychiatry. However, the message of nicotine independence and motivation to smoke or quit are of concern to psychiatrists. Alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine share several common features, being palatable for their mild psychotropic properties. They are the most widely consumed drugs worldwide. As illicit psychoactive drugs, they are used mostly by normal people, in contrast to illicit hard drugs, which are traditionally viewed as the province of the deviant. Known to mankind for several centuries, alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine have become an important part of culture, serving as a vehicle for social interaction, shaping the urban landscape with dedicated places from the Ottoman coffee houses to the German BROTHAs and the Parisian cafe, stimulating the opening of international trade routes and bringing substantial tax revenues to governments. Abnormal patterns of substance use have been described since antiquity. Aristotle recorded the effects of alcohol withdrawal and warned that drinking could be injurious during pregnancy. The Roman physician Celsus held that dependence on intoxicating drink was a disease. Today, alcohol and nicotine are public health problems because of their association with physical ailments such as cirrhosis, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. Of these 3 substances, only alcohol causes clear neuropsychiatric sequelae. What? Frequent heavy drinking, especially when associated with malnutrition, has been shown to lead to central nervous system deterioration. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the current nomenclature of American Psychiatric Association, has specific categories for alcohol, nicotine, and caffeine-related disorders. According to DSM-4's definition, Sorry about that, y'all. According to the definition, all three substances can induce dependence. Conversely, patients presented with various mental disorders may be more prone than the general population to use or abuse these three common substances. Thus, patients with bipolar depression are more likely to abuse alcohol at certain times in the course of their illness. Patients with schizophrenia have high rates of consumption of all three substances, which they use to relieve dysphoria. Alcohol. The consumption of alcohol and beverages in the form of beer or wine is mentioned in the records of earliest known civilizations. Physicians' prescriptions of beer were found on Samarkand clay tablets 2,100 years before Christ. Egyptian doctors in their medical papyri 1,500 years before Christ included beer or wine in about 15% of their prescriptions. Alcohol, an inebriating substance, is consumed because it relieves the mind from anxiety and inhibitions. In the 19th century, medical literature, alcohol was recognized as a major cause of mental morbidity, and the phenomenology of acute and chronic alcoholism was already known. Bell, a renowned professor of psychiatry in Paris, wrote in 1880 that of all the poisons that to a variable degree exert a deleterious influence on the constitution, alcohol is without a doubt the substance whose effects have been most thoroughly described and meticulously investigated. The DSM-4 offers two categories of alcohol use disorders: alcohol abuse and alcohol dependence. Abuse is a maladaptive pattern of drinking resulting in adverse consequences, neglect of children or work, marital problems, or dangerous behavior driving while drunk. Dependence is indicated by loss of control and continued drinking despite alcohol-related problems, and by evidence of tolerance or symptoms of withdrawal. Typically, the dependent subject wants to stop drinking but cannot. And morning drinking is characteristic. The disorders induced by alcohol are well known and will not be detailed here. The DSM-4 lists withdrawal delirium, psychotic disorders with delusions or hallucinations, persistent dementia, and persistent amnestic disorder. Recognizing the frequent association between alcohol and depression, they also include the category alcohol-induced mood disorder to diagnose mood disorders developing during or within a month of alcohol intoxication or withdrawal. The interrelationship between depression and alcohol is complex, but highly important in clinical practice. About 100 years, the readers of a booklet written by both. Damn. I asked you about something about cigarette. I asked you about the addiction. Man, that's just too boring. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Driver says doctors got it down to 102 now. Naya said, oh no, driver, pray to him. Driver said, yes, Naya, him and his wife. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness is right. All right. Nicotine dependence. How does it happen? What is nicotine? Nicotine is the drug and tobacco that causes dependence. Nicotine addiction or dependence is the most common form of chemical dependency in the nation. Research has suggested that nicotine is equally addictive as heroin, cocaine, and alcohol. Every smoker is addicted to a different combination of the stimulants in cigarettes, making their personal experience with smoking and nicotine dependence unique. A stimulant is the addictive property in a cigarette that makes you crave more. Physical effects of nicotine. When you first start smoking, you may experience nausea, dizziness, headache, or upset stomach. But over time, as your smoking becomes more of a habit, you build up a tolerance to these effects until they become unnoticeable. Tolerance means that it takes more nicotine to get the same effect that we used to get from fewer cigarettes. Routine smoking causes our bodies to adapt to having a certain level of nicotine. Without realizing it, we regulate the number of cigarettes we smoke in order to maintain our body's familiarized nicotine level. Our body's tolerance to the unpleasant effects of nicotine allows us to focus on the pleasurable effects nicotine delivers. What most don't realize is that the pleasurable effects experienced from smoking is the body's reaction to the nicotine, which disrupts the body's natural balance. Psychological effects. After the habit of smoking is established, we feel as if we need to smoke to feel normal. Like our daily tasks cannot be completed until we had our smoke. We begin to connect our smoking routines with many of our daily and social activities, creating triggers, making it hard to do these activities without smoking. An example associated with a cigarette, with a cup of coffee, or talking on the phone. We usually aren't aware of the psychological effects of smoking. The triggers, the feelings of relaxation, stress reduction, focus become automatic. This is defined as psychological dependence. Nicotine withdrawal. When you don't smoke for a period of time and no nicotine is entering the body, you can experience unpleasant physical and psychological side effects, such as intense cravings for nicotine, anxiety, depression, weight gain, headaches, problems concentrating, drowsiness, or trouble sleeping, and feeling intense, restless, or frustrated. These symptoms are called withdrawal effects. Whether or not you have these side effects or to what degree depends on how long, how much, and how often you smoke, and varies from person to person. Symptoms of nicotine withdrawal can begin anywhere from 2 hours to 3 days after your last cigarette. These side effects are a sign of physical dependence on nicotine. To relieve the withdrawal symptoms, it helps to gradually lessen the amount of nicotine you absorb during the quitting process by using pharmacological aids. These are prescription or over-the-counter products that contain small amounts of nicotine to lessen the withdrawal symptoms that may occur during the quitting process. Psychological and physical dependence, as well as withdrawal, are often defining characteristics of a drug addiction. More often than not, society treats smoking as an optional activity, when in reality, most smokers continue to smoke because they are dependent upon nicotine and are not brought out of choice but out of habit and need for the drug. Every single person who smokes shows signs of physical and psychological dependence on nicotine. How does the body become dependent on nicotine? Every time we light up, nicotine and other chemicals from the cigarette are absorbed into the body. Nicotine enters the bloodstream and reaches the brain faster than drugs that enter the body through our veins. Nicotine affects many parts of the body. It changes how the body uses food, metabolism, causes our heart to beat faster, our pulse to quicken. It increases our blood pressure, and our veins begin to tighten, causing blood flow through the body to become more difficult. Nicotine works by stimulating our nervous system to release specific chemical messengers, hormones, and neurotransmitters that affect different parts of our brain and body. One hormone that nicotine affects is epinephrine, also known as adrenaline. When nicotine is inhaled, the buzz you feel is the release of epinephrine, which stimulates the body and causes your blood pressure and heart rate to increase and makes you breathe harder. Nicotine also activates a special part of your brain and makes you feel happy by stimulating the release of the hormone dopamine. The release of dopamine when nicotine is inhaled is thought to be the source of the pleasurable sensations you experience when smoking, which can include relaxation, a buzz, and relief of tension. Once inhaled, nicotine is rapidly distributed throughout the brain within 10 seconds. The enjoyable feelings you experience from smoking occur very quickly, but after you smoke a few times, nicotine begins to weaken your ability to feel pleasure, causing you to need more nicotine in order to sustain the good feelings. This is the cycle of the smoking habit. In order to continue feeling pleasure from smoking, you must continue to smoke more cigarettes more frequently. All right. So we went and took a look. And I was right. With anything, when you get pleasure for something, you build a tolerance to it. When you build a tolerance to it, that just means your body get used to it. And after a while, to get that same effect, you have to increase the dosage. But everybody's body is different. Some people can smoke 1 cigarette a day and be fine. Some people can smoke 10 cigarettes a day and be fine. Some people can smoke a pack a day, that's 20, and be fine. Some people can smoke 30 a day and be fine. I knew a woman, older woman, she would buy 4 packs of cigarettes a day. And unless she was at a place where it was flammable or wasn't allowed, it would be one in her hand. $80 cigarettes a day. That's crazy. But that's the problem with the alcoholic. Some people, I remember when I used to watch All My Children, Adam Chandler would come home from work, rich man. He would come into his mansion. The first thing he would do would go over to his little liquor bar and pour himself a bottle of scotch or vodka. I think it was scotch. I'm not a drinker. I'm not sure. And he would slam the glass down, grab his briefcase, and mosey on. Some people got there and done. Some people, give me the whole bottle. Depends on what your tolerance level is. That one drink will calm him down and he'd be good to go. My stepfather could kill a 24-pack in one night. Depends on what your tolerance is. And your body will let you know what your tolerance is. Because you won't want it anymore. That's why it's best not to start. Same thing with people that get them Percocets. You get a Percocet for the first time, man, everything is great. You don't feel nothing. Everything is great. You don't feel no pain. It could be pouring down, raining. You out there dancing in the rain. But guess what? If you keep taking them, you're going to build a tolerance. And then you have to be prescribed. And pretty soon the doctor going to say, you don't need no more. Then you go to another doctor. And pretty soon they all find out that you got 3 or 4 prescriptions. Then you have to start buying them on the street. People will pay $20 for 1 pill of a Percocet. $20 for a pill. You don't even know if it's a real Percocet, but you'll pay that $20. Same thing You know, people that got a tolerance for marijuana. You don't know what them boys is mixing in there, but you feel you need it. Same thing when you go buy cocaine or heroin. You don't know what they mixed it with, but you need it. And you need more and more of it. So it's really hard to put down. Yes, I hope that they are okay. So what would y'all like to talk about? It's 10 o'clock at night. Let me see here. I don't know why I even use that. Oh yeah, I forgot. You know, some of y'all could visit the other channels too and mention the show. Try to get people to come over here so we have more people to chat with. When I made this track, I was watching the movie Life. And when Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy were framed for that murder, and they were sentenced to that farm for life, the only way they would leave that farm is in a coffin. Because back then, life meant life. And that melody says, damn, I'm stuck here. That's what that melody says. Damn, I'm stuck here. Stuck. I'm stuck here for life. I'm stuck here for life. For life. I'm stuck here. Stuck here for life. Stuck here for life. Never getting off this damn farm. Never getting off this damn farm. Never getting off this damn farm. I'm stuck here for life. Stuck here for life. I'm never getting off this damn phone. I'm stuck here for life. Kill me now. I'm stuck here for life. I'm stuck here for life. Somebody call my mama. I'm stuck here for life. Never getting off this damn phone. And I'm never getting off this damn phone. I said I'm never getting off this damn phone. I'm stuck here for life. Stuck here for life. Stuck here for life. Let me turn it off. It's 10:46. I ain't over that late. I got neighbors downstairs. But yeah, I composed that when I was watching the movie Life. I just couldn't imagine. They was in their 20s and they were stuck on that farm. On that prison farm for life. The only way they was leaving that farm was to be carried out in a coffin. And I composed that song. Right then and there. Can't imagine getting that sentence. Think about it. Unless you appeal, that's the only time you getting off that farm. If you have a medical condition that the prison hospital can't handle, that'll be the only time you get off that farm. If you witness another inmate admitting to a crime and you go testify at the courthouse, that's the only time you leaving that farm. And if none of that ever happens, you don't leave that farm. You're going to watch the people that were there before you, you're going to watch them all die. That's just depressing. It's amazing it's not more suicides. But you know, a life sentence don't, you know, they got parole now and life sentence used to be your life. Now it's 20 years. Life sentence used to be your life. You did life. But as usual, we eased up on everything. But when you were given a life sentence, it usually meant your life. Now they have to give you life plus 100 years to make sure you never get out. Y'all seen them sentences? Life plus 60 years. Well, he's 50. He only got about 20 more to go if you're lucky. If you're a minority, especially a poor one, you're lucky to make 67. So that will guarantee you went to jail. But if you were young, say you was 17 years old, and they gave you 60, if you can make it to 77, you get free. But I know they say 20 to life, or 25 to life, or 30 to life. What that really means is, if you get 20 to life, after about 18 years, you can apply for parole. So that's not life. But yeah, y'all right. I need to go visit some other channels. Let's see who won. And we can. I'm gonna cook something. Come on back all the way out. Come back in. Let's see who's on. Ooh, all elite wrestling dog episode. Okay. Circle of Fortress. He got another quiet live stream on. This is the woman with all the cussing.
Bula K. I know you gotta be subscribed to me. Bula K, you coming here doing it the right way. I like that name. Where you from, Bula K? Bula K. Bula K, Bula K, Bula K.
Okay. Laura's on. She's doing better than me. She got 10 people watching. Go ahead, Laura. Doing better than me.
Yeah, I know. You don't need that. Oh, you qualify for it? Awesome. Great. Awesome. My dad applied for it. My dad's getting unemployment because he's out of work too. He took a leave of absence because of his health. I like snow, but I don't like it when it gets in the way of traveling. I like it when it makes the trees look pretty. Hey, BFB. Okay. Thank you for coming in, buddy. And you are not ugly. I didn't come to Canada and slap you. Hey, Brother Derrick, how are you? I don't know how long I'm going to be on. Probably not a long time. Yeah, you can't work till you get results. I know. You wanted to suspend Megan yesterday? Aw. Really, Aiden? I don't know what it's gonna be. Ew. Okay, can we delete that person right now? That's disgusting. That is so gross. Who is that? I know, right? That's gross. Okay.
Alrighty, y'all. Create a super thing. Skip. The Laura that used to play Family Feud with us, the one that got mad that time, cause y'all were answering too fast. The one I did the birthday tribute to. Her name Laura Conway. You wanna meet me over there, Naya? And the driver? Y'all wanna go hang out? Let me should have got her link. Hold on. You moving in slow motion.
Thank you, Ann. You're the best.
Copy.
Alexa hasn't.
Oh crap. Now come back into the studio. Come on. You just said we had 538. And now it say we got 510. I mean 501. Why didn't make that line up? You just said we had 538. How do we get down to 501? Seriously. If y'all rewind the show back, you see it's at 538. Now I say 501. So what happened? We went over to them people and lost money? That it? That's the link to the show. If y'all want to come over and hang out, I'm gonna see if I can get some of them people to come over here. So alright, I'll see y'all later on today. And as we say here, see you soon, gang. Y'all have a blessed night. Now you said no. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all later on today. Let me close that Windows Media Player.